Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome on back to Mario Madness Bingo here at Anime's Arcade. Hope you are all doing well today. My name is Anime, and in the booth with me, I have Nick Bush. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Glad to be on the stream and not be nervous as hell for once.
That's fair, yeah. You just recently had a bingo match, and oh my gosh, game 3 just absolutely off the charts.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like we hardly got any of the goals before like MIPS or Fire Sea. Because I think I remember that part that much at least.
Oh dear, I just noticed that I goofed immensely.
But do you know, I was just about to say, like, I'm pretty sure I'm on the roof, I'm not in the menu.
You definitely are not, and that's what I saw. But with that being said, we do have both runners in the booth with us right now. Mr. Wah, you were able to make it through your first round match. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good that I was able to beat someone that doesn't speedrun the game. Made me feel really fantastic inside. Now, on a serious note, it was a good matchup. I enjoyed getting a triple bingo in a double bingo tournament because I hate BLJs. And I'm ready to lose.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think you went for like moving reds, didn't you?
Nah.
Yeah, I did moving reds. Yeah, that was right.
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
I mean, the only reason I did it was because I hate BLJ so much. It took so long to do the first one. I didn't want to go straight into the second one, so I was like, I'll do another goal just to clear my mind.
Yeah,
and then I went, I've done 3 lines and I've nearly finished 5.
All right. Well, we also coming on back into the booth, his first match of the tournament, a return contestant from last year, the one and only SonicGordoN6. Gordon, how you feeling, man?
Hello, hello. Glad to be back. Feeling nice and ready. I've played so much Mario 64 lately. Kappa.
Amazing. How do you think? How are you feeling about bingo?
I probably haven't prepped enough, but I think once I get into the groove of things, it should be fine.
Yeah,
it's nice that it's a game of 5 or best of 5. Is that what they call it?
Best of 3.
Best of 3.
Yeah. Best of 5 will be the finals.
Yeah, don't extend my punishment longer than it needs to.
Come on, a little more faith.
You gotta have some.
I
Gotta believe in yourself.
Just a little more. I think it'll be just fine. All right, let's get you guys back on the main screen here with a clean file. Everybody in the bingo board. We've got the hidden board, as you can see right there in the bottom middle. And once we get these runners back on the main screen, which again, they probably already are.
Yeah, we already have clean files, but okay, we'll get back on main screen.
Yes, main screen with the clean files. Just you know, for posterity, as the phrase goes, I believe.
And to be sure, trust but verify.
All right, everything's looking good. Sonic Gordon, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mr. Wah, are you ready?
I'm always ready to lose.
Oh my gosh. All right, Nick, go ahead and count the runners down.
All right, starting with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Giosa, as Leanne Heff would say.
Good luck.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Good luck.
All right, and we're gonna wait for the streams to catch up. There we go.
And they're off.
Let's go. Time to reveal this board. I'm gonna do what I did yesterday just to make sure. Reveal the board. Refresh. Because the board's been really weird recently, and I don't know why websites like this.
Yeah, that's not what I got. Okay, now we got what we got.
That's what I'm saying. It's so silly. All right, let's see. We got a nice, basically a free space right in the middle there. Yeah, kick sliding back through 5 different closing doors. That's not too shabby at all.
And talk to 5 different toads is also in that line, so it's 5 spaces. We do like the number 5 on this board.
It's showing up, yeah. Not gonna lie, looking at the rest of that, like row three is pretty solid. Talking to 5 different toads, swimming under the bridge, kick slides, dying to the haze. I guess the only long one in there is like collecting the mysterious mountainside using the slide. Like,
and it's not even that long. Just need to get a good mountain clip, and then just know how to get to the slide where Mr. Wah is apparently going for that swim under the bridge at the start. Sonic not going for that as I expected. Rather going for the Lakitu skip, as I imagine it's probably easier to do the Lakitu skip without coming up from being moted, but Mr. Wah manages to pull it off just right. Nice.
I'm actually really impressed with that Lakitu skip, because that camera angle was not the friendliest, that's for sure.
Exactly, and muscle memory can really, if you don't have the muscle memory for doing it from the moat, whereas it's much easier to do it from like a real start. Much easier to do it from that. And as we get Sonic... Yep, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sonic Gordon getting the bomb clip and Mr. Waluigi getting a bomb clip.
Not too bad at all. Mr. Wah actually getting a bigger bomb than Gordon as well. So Gordon, Wah gonna save like just a second or two from that.
That second could matter.
Really could. You know, that's one of the interesting things about this game.
Oh, Mr. Wah getting the first slides through, or kick through the sliding door, and I don't know if Sonic did as well, so he may be going for some others. He may be going for some other spaces.
And we did see Mr. Wah talk to a toad there, so I'm pretty sure row 3 looking pretty solid here for Mr. Wah.
Yeah, it looks like purple is going to be the color of the middle row. As we see Sonic get the nice Owless. Looks like they're both in Womps. See Mr. Wah going for Owless as well. Oh, never mind. That's the cannonless route.
Fair enough. Gonna be going for Sock Folder, Sonic Gordon. Gonna be doing a texture setup here.
And it looks like almost... Oh, it is synced! That is a nice sync, except for the star count.
And it's true. You know, what's really interesting, it's something to look at, is when you see runners who are just like really quick, have really fast times, you know, are they more... I feel like they're more prone to kind of just kick in to their speedrunning muscle memory, hello English, to like just kind of carry them through while they're trying to look at the board. You know, maybe they haven't decided on something immediately, and while they're waiting on it, they're just like, all right, let's get some stars out of the way. You know, we need stars to progress.
Yeah, muscle memory's total. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about muscle memory, especially not ground pounding the big boo, the balcony big boo instead of slide kicking. Never done that before in my life.
For sure, for sure.
As we see both. Oh.
It's a minor bonk
there
for Mr.
trying
Wah.
to get up there, and yeah, looks like he's going for the Elden King as well.
There we go. Very nice. Just this very tall, blocky man. Just gonna break his back more than it's already broken. You can see he's got those band-aids.
I like to think that the Womp King is a bit of a proletariat king because he speaks for the workers. He speaks for the common folk. And looks like Sonic has marked off, collects the 1-up in the Womp's tower, but it looks like I don't know if he's marked that off early or if the stream is just delayed or what. But
I think it's really just delayed exactly that much, which is pretty wild. So I might, like, after this match, might do a quick reset.
Yeah. But he does manage to get that, and it looks he'd be going the long way up, which, respect.
Oh, yeah. After you grab that 1-up, it really doesn't, like, lend you too well to, you know, getting the little jump and whatnot. So, you know, yeah, respect.
But now I'm interested in... Oh, sorry. Now I'm interested in what coins he's going... what spaces he's going to go for. And I know Sonic... Looks like Sonic is talking to 5 different Toads as well, so...
Ooh, this is interesting. So I'm taking another look at the board here. There's actually 2 goals on here that are talking to Toads. One of them is just specifically talking to 3 non-star spawning Toads. So Gordon's already got 2 of them. That's actually a nice quick goal for him if that's what he's going for.
And I'm seeing the top left, bottom right looks pretty good. Like get amped in 2 different stages. Honestly, that's free. Like just get amped in what is it? Dark World and Dark World and Bits. Those are like the 2 free amp stages.
So true. There's just a lot of amps there.
Yeah. And as we see Sonic talking to a very bad mom, doesn't know where her daughter is.
How did she lose Tuxie all the way up at the mountain? How?
What I imagine is, okay, so hear me out.
I'm listening.
The penguin that you race, I'm pretty sure that it's canon that that's Tuxie's dad, and that Tuxie's dad left her on the right outside the chimney, and is just wasting away, like spending all the power stars on races. And it looks like Mr. Wah has also noticed talk to 3 different non-star spawning toads. So could be top left, bottom right, and maybe column 5 looks very easy, except for possibly collect Fire Sea Reds without using the Z button. That one could be a decider.
Yeah, not having the long jump really cuts down on your speed 100%. So it definitely makes it a really tricky star to get through.
Right, and especially if you don't have the muscle memory for it, as you mentioned earlier. So we see Sonic not going for Dark World Reds.
Looks like he's going to be grabbing some stars later here. Having a little bit of a rocky start, but looking pretty good so far.
And doesn't look like he was going for any of those amps. Oh, and as I say that, he's going for the amp.
All right. We got 1 amp.
All right.
We're just going to have to pick up another one at a different stage.
Probably Bits, but you never know. There's also a get amped in 4 different stages space. As Mr. Wah, apparently the wall kicks are on strike here.
Oh no, that's super unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, we got another Bowser dance.
Bowser dance.
Let's go.
Everyone spam the Bowser dance emote.
Let's go.
If you're sub to Z the Sunflower.
Dude, you know what? I don't know where Hyperspin went. That was such a good silly emote, but like I can't find it anymore. Unless it's 7TV exclusive, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Either way.
As we see Mr. Wah going back in to CCM with 8 stars. Looks like he's going for the slide. Is there any CCM specific?
Let me just look here really quick. No, I'm not really seeing any specific CCMs. Maybe he's just going to grab that star because, you know, save yourself a little bit of time, not have to go for another slightly more difficult star.
Or he could be trying to get to cut out an entire stage from the route, because if you pick like, so, because going into a certain stage can really take a lot of time. So if you can cut out a stage from your route, then that can be a big time save.
All right, we've got Sonic Gordon heading into the Shifting Sandlands. Mr. Wah now into Dark World. There we go. Oh, taking the burn, as he would normally do for the red coins, but deciding against it.
And I think I just noticed column 4 row 1 has get star number 1 from 6 different stages, and I think that might be what Mr. Wah was going for.
Ah, yeah, there it is. Interesting.
And it looks like Mr. Wah not the only one having problem with wall kicks, because Sonic Gordon had a little difficulty getting that wall kick onto the first set of monkey bars in SSL. So, not sure where he's going. Oh, he's getting the amp.
Let's get that second amp early.
Which, fun fact, there is an amp by the second set of monkey bars that he could have done instead of one of these amps up here.
That is true. That is true. Oh! Gordon going to be taking a minor bonk. There's Mr. Wah, unfortunately missing that first throw.
But at least he didn't throw it over. It's better to underthrow than overthrow.
I agree. Much less waiting time.
Now I see he's going. He didn't go for both monkey bars. It looked like. I think he just wanted to get the amp. Is collecting the collecting the pillarless star like the intended way, like a goal? Because if not, it kind of should be.
That is a thought. You know, we are taking suggestions for goals in the bingo room for next year. Could always slap them down and we'll take a peek at them later. Cat, Neat, thank you.
It does look like Sonic is going for top left, bottom right, because he did mark off get amped in 2 different stages and talk to 3 different Nard star spawning toads, as we saw him get the toad in the little corridor where you do the MIPS backup.
See, Sonic Gordon gonna be taking that eye out and oh, what's he doing? Interesting.
Looks like he's going for LL hundreds with no cell. So
Ooh.
looks like he may be doing something similar to whoa.
Oh, he is. Let's go.
And is there a 1-up? Okay, I thought I saw a 1-up. I thought I saw one of the 1-up goals. Like to get 5 1-ups or get 6 1-ups in LLL.
Oh yeah. I don't think. Let's see. I don't think I saw it on this board, but that has definitely been a recurring theme.
Yes.
Let's see. Sonic Gordon wants to get a few coins here from the Crazy Box. Hopefully there's some decent RNG with it.
Ooh.
Oh, looks like it. Not too shabby there. I have a little trouble not looking at him. Mr. Wah.
Looks like he's looking for Klepto. I think he was trying to get Klepto to take his hat on the first star, but it looks like. But I don't think you can lose your hat on the first star.
Yeah, not the first star.
Yeah.
Klepto's claws are a little too full.
Yeah.
For that. That's why you got to grab that star first, and then the game's like, all right, you're good. It looks like Gordon having a little bit of trouble. Ah, that's why. The coins. A super late spawn of the coins.
Right.
Oh, and losing 2 of them immediately. I think he's... Is he safe with 81? I can't remember.
You only need 80 to get into the volcano. And Mr. Wah, the one time he wants to lose his hat, there he goes.
Yeah, Klepto just not playing nice at all, which is shocking. In the terms of, you know, you usually don't want Klepto to take your hat, but he always does when you don't want it. And Gordon gonna be taking a quick fall.
Oh no!
Gordon, please, you only have taking a death at the volcano, just high enough to take fall damage.
Oh, and it's with 93 coins, and
that is not
he's gonna spawn in the volcano since he died in the volcano. So.
No.
This could be an opening for Mr. Wah. Not sure what he's doing. Looks like he's going for the elevator backup, and then he's gonna go for LLL 100 again.
That is super unfortunate here. That elevator literally just enough height to take that 2 bits of damage. I did not think that was gonna be high enough, but gosh, that is super unfortunate there.
But anyway, as I was gonna say before, the Mario gods had other ideas. Speaking of shocking, cause when we were talking about Mr. Wah trying to lose his hat to Klepto, it's amazing how hard it is to get hit by amps when you want to get hit.
Oh gosh, so true.
Ask me how I know.
They're so easy at like getting out of your way, and it's like, bro, wait, come back, please.
And Mr. Wah going for a little toad violence. Out of space on the bingo! Gordon! Oh no!
Gordon taking another death there. And actually had a lot of problems with that coin spawn as well.
Yeah, you gotta hit that. You gotta hit like just at the right cycle. I've been like relearning the 120 nonstop route for LLL, and you gotta get to that at like just the right spot to be able to get those coins. I don't think you need them, but it's nice to have them in case you need extra.
Yeah. We got Mr. Wah here.
Oh, and Mr. Wah
taking a death in HMC.
It looks like we might have a good race here. Looks like he just needs the mysterious mountainside using the slide for this particular row, but for now, gotta go for the hazy maze cave, and it...
Come on board. There we go.
Yay, there we go.
Just gonna be a little bit of time wait there for Sonic Gordon as he falls once again into the lava. Mr. Wild collecting another star.
All right, looks good. Now, now I have a question. Is it me, or is there like a couple of seconds of time loss if you get a star without your hat than there is if you get a star with your hat?
You are in fact correct, because that is a different animation and it takes longer.
I was right.
Ooh, there we go. That's some nice corner RNG there for Sonic
Oh.
Gordon. Got Mr. Law popping right back out of HMC, unfortunately, there. Missed what happened, but gonna need to hop back in there to grab one more star. Only sitting at 14. And we still need to spawn MIPS.
I mean, unless you want to do SBLJ, but I don't think that's allowed, is it?
That did happen last year. Somebody SBLJ'd, and I was like, oh, well, I never mentioned it. It was quite the surprise, that's for sure.
Technically correct, the best kind of correct. As we see Sonic finally getting the LLL 100. There we go. Now he can mark it off. It looks like he might be going for. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Oh, that dive did not go as high as Sonic wanted. He's just gonna take a quick death there. Unfortunate. Goodness gracious.
I mean, at this point, it's better just take the death than try to get that star again, because it might take longer to get that star, even with Lava Boost, than it is to just get a couple of quick stars in HMC.
True, true.
You also take more damage. We know. Yes, that is correct, Cat.
That is true. Without the hat, Mario does. You know what's really interesting is even when you're missing the cap, sometimes fall damage, like, just kind of caps somewhere. It's so weird. I was trying to fall from a height, and instead of taking 4 damage, I only took 3. And I was like, what?
That's interesting.
So I don't know
You
if
might
that's like
you might have landed on a coin. As we see Sonic going for some interesting movement there.
Oh, Cat, the goal is double bingo. Double bingo is the goal. And there we go. We're going to see MIPS, the first one to get into DDD here.
And it looks like Sonic is also going for the Die to Haze in HMC, and he has to be sure to actually get that suffocating animation, because I believe we did have a race where someone did die in the HMC Haze, but it was to a snuff it instead of... Yes.
That is true. Yeah, you have to get that animation. It's very specific.
Now, Sonic, he... Not sure what he was doing. Looks like he thought he had 15.
That's a little unfortunate there for Sonic for sure. 13 stars now. Mr. Wah gonna be grabbing that sub-star. Sonic gives a nice ground pound for good luck here.
Looks like he could be going for column 4, but he still needs to lose his hat. So, what I'm thinking he might... I was thinking he might go for Mysterious Mountainside using the slide along with getting Yukiki.
Oh
but
yeah.
that's not in row 5 or column 3. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Now
I am kind of liking row. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I am kind of liking row 5, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, like row 5 isn't the worst. It's not too horrible.
Yeah, especially with get amped at 4 different stages, along with get amped at 2 different stages. If you can like if you can get like 2 goals with 1 stone, then that's the best thing. Because that's what I did with the large Goombas and THI during game 3.
Yeah.
And looks like Mr. Wah is going for that amp.
Come on, buddy. There we go.
There we go.
Like I said, you know, these amps, they're just really silly. Yeah. Don't hit you when you want them to, but will hit you when you don't want them to. That's for sure.
Oh, and Mr. Waz, the one final slice of pizza going into Bowser too.
Whew. Ooh, and a nice door clip there from Sonic Gordon.
Oh, that is pro movement right there.
Very
That's why he's in the top 4.
That is true. We're going to see Sonic Gordon take a quick detour here and get over up to this area as Mr. Wow is going to get a lovely throw on Bowser there. Very good Fire C.
Clean movement here from both runners. And it looks like Mr. Wad just needs to go into THI and TTM, and that should be game 1.
This is really interesting. I'm very intrigued about this because, you know, I still haven't seen Sonic Gordon open up a cannon. Like, maybe I've missed some things, but I'm pretty sure if he's going for column 4, I have not seen a cannon.
But there's also a cannon in TTM and THI though, but that's a little out of the way. Mr. Wah, I'm not sure what he's doing. Is there a not sure what he's doing there?
Might have been just looking at his route real quick, going, okay, where do I go from here? What do I need to do? We've got Sonic Gordon now into Fire C. Going for some nice and speedy movement. Gonna be getting amped by this amped if he can. Beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Very nice there.
Uh-oh.
That's gonna be 3 amps for him, I believe. Just gonna need one more if he's going for 4.
Now, I personally would have gone for the one in the lava pool because that one's like more in the way. Ooh, almost the Infiniburn there, but good.
That is true. The one that we saw Mr. Wah get is a lot closer and basically on your route. There we go. Mr. Wah pulling off some strats to get into the cave. He's going to need to collect all of the red coins and then just die. You don't get to pick the star up with this one.
Yep. Now my randomizer brain was kind of expecting the reds to be like everywhere.
Dude, I feel that. I feel that. It's so funny when you play a lot of randomizer and then just hop back into vanilla and go, oh, wait, never mind.
All right, looks good.
There we go, Mr. Wah collecting THI reds and dying in a cave. That's 1 bingo for him. Now he just needs to hop into the 3rd easiest stage, as I've seen it memed somewhere.
True.
And collect that mysterious mountain slide star, the normal intended route. And there we go. Sonic Gordon now out of Fire C, finally able to join Mr. Wah up here.
Nice based fly dive movement. We all love it.
Fly guys are our friends indeed. But only when they're not taking damage to us.
Exactly.
We got Sonic Gordon now also into Tall Mountain. Interesting. Let me see. If I'm looking at all of these things again, he needs to touch all of the mushrooms here in this first area. And you got to make sure you don't fall off because some of these ones, just like that, these 3 here, are super small. You got to be careful.
Scary.
There we go.
And there we go.
Okay, let's see. Where's he going to go from here? Oh, having a little bit of a spill there. Looks like
he's going. Looks like he might be going for TTM reds. Just to, I don't know. Not sure.
Interesting. Maybe. Oh, I wonder if he's looking for the cannon. Ah, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Remembering where the little guy is. He's just really in a dumb space. He's going to lose his hat really quick. That's right. He's got to get some stars. Mr. Wah here, though, ready to get into these BLJs. Hopefully they don't give him too much trouble. There we go. Let's go.
Not quite instantaneous, but he should have it.
Please.
Please.
Unless did he miss a jump?
Oh, Donowald.
Oh, no. One of his jump inputs must have just barely missed. Sonic Gordon trying to get down to the cannon. but just getting absolutely thrown upwards by the breeze. Gonna have to take a slightly longer trek as it just carries him away and down to his death.
No!
Mr.
What was
Waff,
he trying to do there?
he's trying to get to the cannon so he
shoot
can
from
shoot
two
out of
unique
it.
cannons.
Yeah.
Oh, I read that as open 2 unique cannons, but it has to be
Yeah,
shoot
those
from.
are 2 different goals.
Yeah, so,
Trying to
wahoo.
Trying to get these BLJs to connect. Sonic Gordon, once again, going to be going for the cannon. Hopefully, there we go. It's going to work as Mr. Wah is now into bits.
Oh man, this narrow passage. I don't know how a casual player could get that.
It's so skinny. Can he shoot to the island star? The intended strat here. Please don't miss. And he overshot.
Yep.
Unfortunate. That would have been good there, getting one of the stars without a hat and shooting from a cannon. But unfortunately, just going to have to go find another cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Oh, taking a bonk on a pillar.
Like there's a cannon in SL.
Is-
You can actually get the snowman's head star with the cannon. That's what I do in 120.
Oh, Sonic
'Cause I'm
Gordon
not-
taking another amp there, and that's 4 amps.
All
I think
right,
this
that
was
was
actually like pretty well routed. Interesting.
not sure what he was doing. He still
Probably-
needs to shoot from a cannon.
I'm gonna guess he's probably gonna go for like a slightly easier cannon, since that one
Yeah.
requires you to get to the igloo. I could be
Right.
wrong though. He is hopping back in. We do have Mr. Y here still trucking along in the sky.
Good so far.
We got Gordon hopping in to the igloo. Looks like he will in fact open that cannon.
It looks like he may have forgotten about it. Like, that's fine though.
Wonder, is there a star that you could technically shoot to?
Yeah, the snowman's head star, because I do that in 120 because I'm not fast.
Well, there you go.
Like, I'm not sure the time it takes, because I open the cannon when I'm doing SL 100. And that's one for Mr. Wah. Yes, I open the cannon during SL 100 just because it's for me it's faster to use the to open the cannon and get the cannon, because the bob on buddy is on the route.
Right.
And that's 2 from Mr. Wah.
Mr. Watt needing
And-
one more throw, whereas Sonic Gordon does have 2 bingos now, but I just don't think it's going to catch up as Mr. Watt lands
and there we go.
his third
And there's the upset.
and final throw. The first round will, in fact, be going to Mr. Wah.
Looks like we have a banger of a matchup here.
Oh man.
And
All right.
I'm wondering where Malkirian is. He usually
was
runs
here.
these himself.
He might be at work or something. I did see
That
him a
might
little
be.
earlier. Mouse, please come back. Thank you. Just
There
gonna
we
do
go.
some audio swaps here really quick. And here we go. We've got Sonic Gordon. All right. Let's go. Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa, almost instant BLJs there. Heading on into the infinite staircase. Come on, Mario. Get that booty in the stairs. He's a little further left on the stairs than I would be comfortable with.
Sometimes he's just not the one for you. Oh!
No!
And
just
then she appears to
losing
be,
them.
but then she cheats on you. And
Oh
then
my
there's
goodness.
one. Third time's the charm.
So time's the charm. We finally got Sonic Gordon now into bits. Let's see if we can finish this out.
Nice. And that would be where that would have been where I would have gotten amped for the get amped in 4 different stages.
That's definitely another nice option. It's, again, just
Right.
kind of right there and along your way.
He goes for standing left, which is pretty based, and he gets it, which is also based.
Nice. All right, having a little bit of fun on the escalators here. Gonna bypass that Goomba. No bad Goomba RNG today. And Sonic's gonna get right into the pipe. Just a minor hiccup there. Just a small one.
Yeah, we Gucci.
There we go. We got one.
One. Oh,
Playing really careful with those regrabs, knowing that he doesn't have a hat, and if he misses with one of the more advanced regrabs.
you gotta love that control.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah.
And that, beautiful. A third hit. And that will
Nice.
be Gordon finishing off this run. Very nice.
We love
do
to see
have
it.
both runners in the booth right now. Mr. Wah, congratulations on your first round win. How you feeling today?
Oh my goodness, I have no idea how I managed that. And look, I did it without collecting ridiculous goals that I didn't need to get.
You were very focused this time. You got like 2 extra goals, but no, just one extra
No,
goal.
just the one, but that was because I had to get the subsequent one. I had a bit of an issue, and I did it in practice as well, and I can now see in your chat someone mentioned it. I forgot where to get my hat back from before I went into Fire Sea, so I couldn't do the standard 16 star. So I needed that heart. I needed that heart to spin to survive.
Oh, absolutely. For those who don't know, when you lose your hat, not only do you not look quite as good, you're not as stylish anymore, but you also take extra damage from everything, except fall damage, of course.
I mean, it was really helpful for dying in the haze as well. So.
Ooh, that was some big brain thinking there. I wouldn't have thought of that.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I really enjoy. I think both of the routes that you guys picked, like, were honestly some pretty decent routes. And as you can see, both of you were able to get the bingo and still finish in, like, pretty close to each other.
Oh yeah, it's really close. Like it's just kind of the TTM cannon was kind of tragic for Sonic.
Oh yeah, that breeze is such a gatekeeper.
Not the TTM can. Let's talk about the LLL100.
Oh god!
I mean, we could.
Wait, what happened to you in LLL100s?
He died in the volcano at 93 coins. It was so unfortunate.
That's easily 3 minutes in the garbage.
Just
yeah,
right in there.
I think that made the difference. Sometimes a big mistake is all it takes.
Yeah, that was a lot more difficult than I thought it was gonna be, but it was still fun to do. I think.
That's
Hey,
good.
If you can go for that goal again next time, that'd be great. Thanks.
I do want to say I'm curious about the Nick and I were talking about how many different stages you could get amped in, and like which amps are kind of more along your way as opposed to some of them. What was your plan for the amps? Just get them as fast as you could?
Yeah, I was thinking I would just do the 3-bit stages, obviously, and then find one along the way. But I just kind of, I don't know. I was just grabbing them as I thought about them. I was like, where are their amps at?
That's fair, man.
I'm guessing the other one you went for was SSL.
Yeah,
Right.
I got one in SSL on top when I got the star there.
Right.
And then yeah.
And the SSL one, there's an amp by the second set of monkey bars, which you could have paired with the hang from both SSL monkey bars if column 5 wasn't that bad. Like if
True.
maybe row 4 would have been better too, but still.
Yeah, definitely not. Pretty rusty with the bingo. I'm now noticing.
Still, I mean,
Hey, it happens.
Yeah, it does happen. But regardless, most of your Mario skills are definitely still there. So you just, if you want to pull this to a potential game 3, you are gonna have to, try to muster up some of that energy back.
Oh my god, I can't handle that.
So really quick, does anybody need to take a bathroom or a hydration break?
I should be good.
All right, I'm going to restart both of your guys' streams here just really quick. because there was like a huge. Oh, we're gonna wait for this. But yeah, there was definitely like a huge delay. So I'm gonna try to fix that by reloading both of your streams.
Yeah, because it looked like Sonic's stream was quite a bit behind when it looked like he was still fighting the Womp King when he marked off to collect the 1-up in the Womp's Fortress Tower.
There we go.
All right.
Epic. Okay, everything should be looking better. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's what I thought happened. Let me just flip that. Bump, 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 bam.
All right.
Nice. And then let me make sure this is the correct one. It definitely is. All right, epic. Let's go ahead and get this board refreshed. We're gonna get ready for
let's do this.
round 2.
Can I ask a game knowledge question before we go into round 2?
Yes.
Sure.
Which Toad gives you your hat back?
Toad?
Toad?
None of them give you your hat back.
There's
Yes,
one
they
of them
do.
that there's one of them that talks about like how to get it back,
Yeah.
but
He talks about
It
how to
doesn't-
get it back.
no
Okay,
Toad can give you a hat.
So to get your
Alright,
hat
hold on.
back, if you want to get it back from Klepto, you have to go back into the stage and hit him again, like you would for the star. And if you want your hat back from Ukiki, you just grab him again. And if you want your hat back from Snowman's Land, you just gotta find it, or just pick
Right.
it up as it's blown off. Either way.
Yeah. And I believe you can also lose your hat to the wind enemy at the top of TTM, and I believe Yukiki still has your hat in that instance.
Okay, so go back to where you got it from. That. Okay, I'll just keep going without the hat then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I
it
think you technically lose a couple seconds on each star, which in this race is probably not worth going back for the hat unless you're really afraid of like dying to damage.
Oh, you mean like Fire Sea, perchance?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, that where you need your hat for 16-star Fire Sea.
Yes. Or for lava boost too.
Like, do you think I'm some sort of skilled player or something? Like,
Game knowledge is a skill.
Alrighty. Well, let's see. We've got both runners here back on the start screen here. Mr. Wa, are you ready?
as ready as I'll ever be to now lose 2 matches in a row.
We'll see.
And
We'll
you
see.
never know.
We'll
He
see.
kept saying that last time, but look who won.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's why I'm keeping the trend going. In case it
Oh,
keeps working.
I see. The mind games. All right.
I'm not even a
Alright.
world record holder anymore in this game.
That is
so...
also true.
Yeah, it got
Ow!
taken to me during my last matchup.
I hit my desk like a dingus. Gordon, are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right, Nick,
good luck.
go ahead. Count them down once more.
All right. Time will start from 4. 4, 3, 2, 1. Giosa.
Good luck.
Let's go. All right. Hopefully these streams will be a little closer than they were before. That would be nice.
Yeah.
But regardless, we're gonna see both runners reset here.
Ooh,
Beautiful.
Synced.
And let's get this
Perfect.
board refreshed again. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna hit refresh. I'm gonna wait a couple seconds.
All right.
My board came up as the same.
And I'm gonna click.
Yep,
Okay,
same here.
so refresh the page. Refresh the page. And then wait a couple seconds. And then open the board again.
All right.
Okay, got
here
it.
we go.
Epic. All right. Game 2 coming on in here as both runners are watching the Princess Peach scene, or Princess Peach letter party, or as said by the Mr. Wild, the most watched opening cutscene on twitch.tv. And
Yeah, I
once
think-
again, right in the middle there, just another free space, collecting a single star without your hat. That's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, and it's also I think it pairs really well. Like 3 of the 5 spaces in row 3 can be done in Snowman's Land, because
That
you can
is-
lose your hat to the snowman, who's a bit of a douche in my opinion, allegedly.
He kind of is rude. Oh, Mr. Wa, unfortunately, not getting like to skip this time. But yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Collecting a star without your hat killing all the spin drifts, collecting the 1-up. You
Yep.
could go up to get the 1-up, get blown off, and then go kill all the spin drifts.
Ooh, yes. And also, you can also open one of the cannons, because you got to go into the igloo for that. As Mr. Wah, going for the reliable swim under the bridge at the start goal.
Missed
And
the
then-
Lakitu skip, unfortunately.
Yes.
But, you know.
And Sonic going for the dry route.
Hopping clean, gonna let that muscle memory take in for the first 2 stars. You know, honestly, if you haven't run Bingo in a while, but you are pretty comfortable with the Mario, again, totally valid. I feel like Super Mario Odyssey lends itself to that, but only so far. You're able to mostly go through Cap Kingdom during a bingo. You can literally just go through Cap Kingdom fully on autopilot as you look at the board. This game, you really only get the opening cutscene and then maybe Lakitu skip. But once you're in the castle, you are full on go.
Yeah. And it looks like Mr. Wall is trying to get break 2 cork boxes with 1 action. I'm thinking that might be what you do. I'm thinking he could have like picked up the cork box and dropped it onto one of the onto one of the cork boxes and done it like that. But if that counts.
Well, it does at the bottom there. We have some parentheses to saying punch kick. Before we did not have punch kick on there. But, you know, with some recent runner questions, as I mentioned last couple races ago, Malk and I cleaned up some of the clarity for some of the goals just to make sure. Oh, and Sonic missing the cannonless trick here.
This is a scam. I keep saying it. And it looks like he's doing pound 5 different stumps into the ground. Looks good.
Nice. There we go.
Pairs well
two quick goals here for Mr. Wah.
Also pairs well with missing bomb clip. So the two goals that Mr. Wah has right now intersect maybe row 5 and column 3 or row 2 column 2. Looks like he was trying to do row 5 column 3, but that break 2 cork boxes with 1 action thing, it's probably something you do in wet dry world.
That's where you see a lot of runners do it, is wet dry world. Now, I did just see Mr. Wah do a kick slide through a door. I'm taking a peek. We've got at row 5, column 5, we've got kick slide back through 5 different closing doors. So I wonder if he's going to be doing that as well. Might have already gotten the bob-omb door. Probably missed it, though, as he unfortunately falls down from the fence and is just going to have to come over to Wild Blue here really quick.
And Sonic Gordon taking care of the Elden King, could be going for the defeat 3 mini-bosses goal.
I'm taking a peek. It is on the board. Interesting. Let's see here.
Now, I have a question about Spawn a Secret Life in the overworld. Does it have to be, like, outside the castle, or can it be inside the castle?
It can be inside the castle.
Okay.
I think the castle's technically considered the overworld, so...
Right, because I think I saw I think I saw Barnard go for, like, the secret 1-up in the JRB room.
Mm-hmm. Bluehaven did the same, I think.
Yeah.
The one that first comes to my mind when I see Spawn a Secret Life, honestly, is the one that's in the tree outside of Peach's castle.
Yeah,
that's the first one I think of.
Yeah, same here.
We had a good candleless this time from Mr. Wah, and we're going to see Sonic Gordon out of Womps heading into CCM. He is just zooming.
The blue blaze. We'll have to see what he's going for, because it doesn't look like he's like checked anything off yet. So looks like.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh, Mario!
Oh,
Mario! Just taking just a little spill there. Okay, gonna be taking a backflip here. There we go. Grabbing not Tuxie.
Oh.
I'm gonna return the wrong penguin here. A very nice quick goal at column 1, row 1.
And here we are. Fun fact: can we swear or close to swear on this thing?
PG-13, so technically yes.
Okay, so. All right, so. I think PG-13s allow one F-bomb, so
Just one.
I'm gonna use. All right, so I'm gonna use it. So you know how the penguin that you're supposed to return is named Tuxie?
Right.
And this is canon. Trust me on this one. The wrong penguin is named Fuxie, as in fake Tuxie.
Oh.
This is canon.
So it's like a silent T.
Yes.
Interesting. Yo, Sonic Gordon once again with the pro wall kick strats will work. Super, super quick start to get him out of CCM there.
That's pro. Oh, Mr. Waugh getting a little too far right for the shortcut, getting up to the top, and
I love that. You know, I just love when Mario decides he's not gonna backflip. This game and Super Mario Sunshine just are the worst about that. In Sunshine, I feel like he backflips way too easily, and in this game, sometimes the controls just do not lend you to a nice backflip. Now,
yeah, Sunshine is pretty Sunshine is pretty unforgiving to those who are like new to the movement. Ask me how I know.
You know, I gotta agree with that. I remember watching Sunshine speedruns for the first time a while ago, and I'm like, holy crap. This looks so hard.
I know, like, the diving is like when you roll out of a dive, you gotta like make sure you don't roll out like too fast. As we see Mr. Waugh going for open 3 unique cannons, looked like he just exited out of the stage. I probably think he could have gotten that on the way to Wild Blue, but it's okay. Looks like he's trying for break 2 cork boxes with 1 action again.
Can he get it this time? And unfortunately, just going to be breaking 1.
I mean, sometimes you got to go for goals sometimes you got to go for a goal that you think you can do, but sometimes you just got to give it up. Like, I remember my first race against Barnard. The first race, the middle square I saw was get the elevator star without using the elevator. I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I really thought about it. I was like, oh, that long jump.
That long jump, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And then I got it.
You did get it. First try, no practice from what I heard. If I remember correctly. We've got Sonic Gordon now all the way out of Dark World. We've got Mr. Wow taking down another mini-boss here.
Yeah, I think the Bob-omb King is less of a proletariat king. A bit more bourgeoisie, bit more bourgeois king than the Womp King, because he never mentions the workers. He wears a crown.
He's just kind of up there. Like, he doesn't do anything. What's he doing up there?
He's just surveying his land. And not to mention, yeah, what was it? Not to mention, yeah, he has a crown, and whereas the Womp King just looks like a normal womp without any other decoration, and it looks like the defeat 3 mini bosses and open 3 unique cannons can go together, because getting that BOB cannon is pretty simple out once you're done with the Bob-omb King.
Here we go. Gonna be getting a nice jump onto the fly guy there from Klepto. Nope. Words have failed me, and that's okay. So a clearness with that I'm seeing in the chat. So there are no mini bosses in Lethal Lava Land. What's defined as a mini boss is somebody that you talk to, and then the specific mini boss music plays. And there we go. We got some more kick slides back through some doors. Looks like Mr. Waugh forgetting the BOB door, but this time making sure to get it. Sonic Gordon, a little bit of trouble there, I think, from sliding down.
About to lose his hat. Looks
Klepto,
like.
There we go.
Much cleaner than the last race.
Just absolutely no troubles. Now, this is interesting. I'm trying to see what Sonic's going for here. Oh, is he? Oh my goodness.
Plus.
Plus? Oh, well, now we can't. Wow, what a rude fly guy. Man, we're just gonna have to go for the shell.
Hey, it's. Oh boy, that's probably a Cobra clip.
Ooh, a nice long jump there. Very nice,
Oh,
Sonic.
that was clean.
Beautiful.
Not sure what Mr. Wad's doing. He's looking for the cannon here.
Woo!
There's
There we
like
go.
plenty of other cannons that are like a lot more convenient.
That is true.
And I would say that the SSL cannon is probably the most convenient.
Oh,
And it's even on the 16-star route because you can get the Talon Star.
I would say the cannons that are probably the most inconvenient probably have to be TTM and like Snowman's End actually isn't too bad, but you do have to still get into the igloo.
Right.
So CCM though, CCM and Tall Mountain, those cannons are just lame.
They are out of the way. Looks like
Gordon
Sonic's
wanted
trying
to get
to
his hat back.
back.
Whoa! Actually landed
Nice.
directly on his head.
Cool. Nice. Oh!
Mr.
God.
Watt taking a death! Unless...
Nah.
Nope, yeah, he's going back in. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, when you do the wall kicks with Work Star like that, you gotta like pull the control stick back towards the mountain at the right spot. Otherwise, it'll. Oh no!
Sonic Core! Oh no, another death for Mr. Wah!
Oh, he's feeling the pressure.
That's not good here. Now, I do want to point out, Mr. Wah has collected quite a few of the early game goals here. And, you know, we'll have to see if that's going to help him out in the long run.
And it looks like he did do Return the Wrong Penguin recently. And still not sure what Sonic is doing.
Yeah, we've only seen 2 goals from him so far.
Yeah, so there's still a lot.
C-up slide, very nice.
GTM slide. Not sure what GTM stands for, but I'm sure the M stands for Mario.
True, probably, you know, that's something I've heard. Oh, Mr. Wow, just having some unfortunate castle movement there, but he is finally ready to head into Dark World as Sonic Gordon gonna be kicksliding back through that door. I have not been counting for him. Hopefully, he knows how many doors he's kick-slid through.
And there we go, and...
Gonna be kick-sliding through this one real quick. Mr. Watt going for his patented burn red coin. He intentionally gets that burn. He always does it. He feels like it's much easier to get.
I like doing that when I get as a backup. I think I used to do it like intentionally, but since I learned like the traditional bits or Dark World Red's route, I still occasionally get booty burn, but I usually try to get the red.
Oh, Mr. Waz, hitbox just being a few pixels outside of the red coin there, having to go back for it and getting amped as a result.
Is that a goal? It doesn't look like it, but
nah, he just goofed.
Unfortunate.
He goofed and then he got.
It happens. Sonic Gordon, meanwhile, doesn't have to fully stab the bun.
Not having too many troubles. Already in DDD, as you can see. Just doing some nice swims. Mr. Watt gonna be grabbing the red coin star here in Dark World. Oh, some great movement on the sub. That was beautiful.
That was clean. That's why he's up there. That's why. So if you notice, I got my shirt from Zeus's 70-star spectacular tournament, a tournament in which Sonic Gordon actually won.
Oh, nice. That's pretty impressive.
Yep. And that's why I wore the shirt this weekend to this. So going for Zero Cycle. That looks like he could be good. Triple jump, and he's got it. Going for the left side. Not having to go into Mario Cam because he's on emulator and not having to worry about the lag. And as Mr. Wah has recently left Bowser 1, we see Sonic Gordon going for Bowser 2.
Yo, nice the backflip in Mario Cam.
Dude, that camera movement. Dude, his cruiser camera... I don't know if it's camera, but I think he just does a triple jump for cruiser instead of the long jump to get that star. It's kinda... Ooh! Little scuffed movement by Mr. Wah, but...
Oh, that's unfortunate. He's gonna lose a little bit of time there if he was gonna go for the star. Looks like he's gonna back himself up into the pyramid really quick. Where is he going?
Hang from both SSL monkey bars. I'm pretty sure there's like an easier way to do this.
There we go. Well, there's one.
Is there a warp around here? Ah, got amped. Gets amped.
Let's see. Sonic Gordon going outside of the stage here. Hopping
There
into the
we go.
left side, interestingly enough, but will be swimming under the moat here.
Very nice.
That is
And that's-
2 monkey bars.
2 monkey bars. Now, what is he? Now, it looks like he's going...
gonna fight the mini boss, the IROC.
Yeah.
He's only got 1 more mini boss, or no, that would be 3 mini bosses after defeating the IROC here.
God,
So,
I hate
is he
that
going?
camera.
Is he going for
Oh, he's
column
going-
5? Potentially.
I do
Oh,
believe
but taking a
so.
kick. Will not be going for the triple jump back up. Will once again hop back over here for the wall jump. Just a little unfortunate for Mr. Wah. We've got Sonic Gordon now in to TTM doing a very nice mountain clip as well. Let's see, what's he going for?
Oh, I thought he was going to lose his hat, but he already got collect a star without your hat. And he's going, he looks like he might be going for column 3 as well.
Some like kind of sketchier camera movement there from Mr. Wah, but he finally makes it in to the IROC fight.
And it looks like he'll be able to check off defeat 3 mini bosses. So could be row 3, column 5.
Interesting.
Oh, careful there.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Oh, not another.
Oh,
Please.
no.
Yo.
It's-
Oh,
no,
are you ready for this?
Oh, he stays alive.
Woo! Mr. Wah, please. Please. We've got Sonic Gordon. He's looking for that starting pool. It is a little tricky to find here for when you're all the way at the top of the mountain.
I did just notice row 1 is kind of like row 3 except with TTM. Because you could go break both purple switch boxes in TTM and die from the top of the of TTM into the starting pool.
Oh, just barely making it to the pool.
Does
Not
that count?
quite. It does not.
Has to be direct.
You gotta land
Now,
right
can
in
it be
the
a
water.
long jump?
Yeah,
Now, can it be a...
absolutely. As long
It
as you
can
can
be a
get into the pool, you're totally fine. How Sonic Gordon actually basically just missed the entirety of the water right there, sliding down the mountain. I'm very impressed, but Mr. Wah, unfortunately, gonna be taking a death there. Oh, and Gordon with a bonk!
Oh. Almost half of the trampoline off 2 Goombas' skull. I don't think that's on here, but... Still. Now, I have a question. If you manage to trampoline off 2 big Goombas, does that count as...
Oh,
the
yeah,
trampoline?
absolutely. That's definitely still Goombas.
Awesome. There we go, Mr. Wah getting the star. As we see Sonic Gordon going back up to TTM, a level that I kind of know intimately. A little too intimately.
All right, come on, Gordon. I want to see a beautiful dive into the water. I am so ready. He's got this.
Yeah, I think it's to the right of the corner.
Oh, let's go!
He got it.
Beautiful. A
That was a
beautiful
10.
dive. You know what? Honestly, definitely a 10. He made that a lot harder than it needed to be, and just gonna give that to him for sure.
So, do we know if Sonic has been opening cannons? Because
Yes, he's been opening a few.
He could be going.
Interesting.
Could be going for column 2, but then we'd have to pair TTC hundreds with roll into the cage, and there's another goal that kind of was a bit monka.
It's a lot of time to get TTC 100. That's for darn sure.
Yeah.
It looks like we are gonna see him talk to the Pink Bomb here, opening up his third and final cannon after, unfortunately, just having a little bit of trouble talking to him.
And looks like he's gonna be going. He could be going for row 3 now. So he may
Interesting.
not. Oh, not. Oh,
Wait
maybe
a
not.
minute. Hold the phone. I am looking at the board.
Star 1 from both snow stages.
From both snow stages.
He
which-
could be going.
Uh-oh. That's not star 1.
I mean, it's probably star 1 on the fastest stars.
That's uh-oh. Can
But
somebody
that's not
I'ma need somebody going to Sonic Gordon's chat. That's not star number 1 in the snow stage.
Uh-oh. All right. If we want a game 3, he's going.
This is the thing that I do need runners to be clarificationing on this. This is a goal that was on the board last year as well. But when a goal like this happens, we don't want the runners to be, sitting and waiting.
Oh, it looks like he might be going downstairs to get the slide star from CCM. So that's not.
I'm gonna double check. I'm just gonna double check really quick here. I'm gonna make sure. I need the first star. Yeah, the first star.
As Mr. Wah fights the Bun Bun. Looks like Sonic is.
I'm gonna clarify that really quick for Sonic Gordon as he attempted there to ride the elevator to the top in BBH, or wrote it down, sorry. I'm now gonna be writing it up with some beautiful kicks here. All right, has ridden the elevator all the way to the top, is going to collect that off. Oh, I just remembered where I actually need to message him, not in his chat, but also in the Discord. La-di-di-di-di. I did tell him to keep an eye in the text board chat.
BLJs, uh-oh.
I'm trying. I'm going as fast as I can.
Oh, good BLJs, though, but probably going to be wasted. Oh, but the timing for TTC. So not wasted. At least not yet. He is, and it looks like he is going for top left, bottom right, and column 2, which looks like looked like he had a solid plan from the beginning.
Okay.
Not sure what Mr. Wah's going for.
Yeah,
with
you
the
know,
goal.
I'm really not sure either. He still has a bunch of goals just all over the board. Meanwhile, Sonic Gordon needing to get two more goals because unfortunately star 1 from both snow stages, I don't think he got the cabin star, and you saw he did not get the star on top of the snowman's head. So this is going to be a little problem here after TTC 100s and pairing it with roll into the cage. Hopefully he also knows which cage is roll into the cage. There are 2 cages here that have stars, but only one of them is the star called roll into the cage. Oh no!
Oh, no!
He's
no,
gonna
no,
take
no,
a bug!
no!
He's gonna be staying alive, thankfully not falling down, but that is very scary moments. We've got Mr. Wah hopping back into Fire Sea again. Both runners must have died in their respective stages.
Oh no! Well, I don't think Sonic died.
Oh, he didn't die, that's true. He just fell down.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he died internally, just a little bit.
Oh, getting nice. Not good RNG for the coin boxes, but good enough.
Certainly.
Especially with that flamethrower, Mr. Wah. Having a... Oh, no, no,
Oh,
no!
my goodness.
He's gonna probably miss the cycle though, unless he can skedaddle up there fast. Triple jump.
Oh, good. That's a safe rollout.
Zero friend.
It's a safe rollout. Hopefully he knows where the other cage is from here, and it looks like he does know which cage he's going for. He's just gonna have to not die. Like, please don't. It is not the best feeling in the world.
That is. Oh no. Oh, what a save. What a save.
Oh, jeezums. Mr. Wah making it into the Bowser throws finally here. Oh my goodness. Sonic Gordon, please.
Oh, he got it.
Oh, I don't think he's seen my message. Sonic! Please,
Sonic!
Guys, go spam Sonic's chat. Please spam Sonic's chat. He does not have star 1 from Snowman stage. Or the other stage.
Looks like he's finally got the message.
All right,
there
good.
We go.
Okay, I spammed him like 3 more times. Look, this is an instance I need the runners to make sure.
Oh no, he needs to find a way out.
He needs to go into a stage. He needs to go into a stage, save and quit or exit. Exit course. Because here's the thing, like, and again, I'm gonna say this again. We did have this on the board for last year. This is not a new goal. However, when an instance like this happens, I can't just have the runners. You know, we don't want them to get all the way to the end and think that they've finished. That's not good.
Oh, and it looks like, speaking of finish, it looks like he didn't get, he didn't get slip sliding away in CCM, so that'll be a quick detour. As Mr. Wah is in THI. Oh, looks like he's going for row 3, column 5. Collect THI reds and then die in the cage. Oh wait.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Oh, he's going for mini boss. Oh, never mind. That's right. He does have 3 mini boss. Ouch.
Did unfortunately miss the wall there, but gonna get a nice triple jump wall kick back up. Sonic Gordon this time grabbing the correct star number 1 from CCM.
Little nervy. Moving a little nervy from Mr. Wah. He gets it. No, because I'm pretty sure he knows he's supposed to wait until after the 8th red to fall.
Not gonna lie, that, like, the backflip dive up to that, like, last red or the 7th red coin there is super sketchy.
Yeah. And Sonic Gordon looks like he's in cruise control with the
Oh, that is a very clean snowman head. If you have the emote, you know what to do.
I see West Dog in chat. He knows what I'm talking about.
All right, we've got Mr. Wah in to Snowman's Land here. We've got Sonic Gordon now officially back on track.
Oh!
Beautiful first set of BLJs.
Technically his second set. His first set of BLJs was beautiful too, especially with how he timed the entry into TTC stopped.
Oh, just having a little bit of trouble here. Ooh. And there we go, Mr. Wah losing that hat in Snowman's Land.
There we go.
BLJ is finally connecting.
Looks like Sonic is probably going to take this one as Mr. Wah tries to finish out row 3 with the 3 SL spaces.
Whew.
And fortunately for Sonic Gordon, although Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad, 2 out of 3 would indeed be bad if he didn't connect on those last BLJs.
True. Oh. Mr. Wah, oh my gosh, just getting bullied by the spin drift and taking a death! Oh no.
Standing left from Sonic, oh no! Good dive though.
Quick spill there, unfortunately. Did not die. Thankfully, but still gonna have to wait a bit.
Get damaged.
Here we go. Ooh,
oh,
nice slide there to get 2 spin drifts out of the way with 1 dive. And there we go. A successful standing left attempt.
There we go. Looks like we're about to get into game 3, barring a massive meltdown. Oh, having a little trouble with that spin drift.
Just
Got him.
Right in the deepest parts of the water. Thankfully, I learned from my last lesson the reason why you can't bounce on that one when it's that far is the water that way is actually too deep to get the bounce off.
Interesting.
Which is really good to know for backups for CCC lists. So, good to know.
Ooh.
We've got 2 really good throws here from Sonic Gordon. It's just gonna nail
Aaron
the third one there.
He never misses.
Man. Beautiful
What a
there
beautiful-
with the throws, and that is in fact going to be
Unless he's
Game
unless
two.
he's gonna try to do Ouija 100 times.
oh man.
That's
All
game
right.
2.
It will be game 2 going to Sonic Gordon. I'll go ahead swap the audio here over to
Did I do it?
only Mr. Wa-
Yeah.
You did do it this time. Okay, I did have to clarify. I clarified in stream that this was a goal on the board last year. I promise. It's one that was added. And I'm pretty sure it would have popped up. And then also number 2, I just like, especially with you so close to the end of your run, I've made a policy of like, if a runner is that close and also doesn't realize that they didn't figure out the goal properly, like I can't just like let them go, you know? Like
Yeah.
I just feel that would be not the, you know, I don't think that'd be sportsmanlike.
I appreciate that. Just look at it. When you look at the board so fast, you're just like not really paying attention to the details. So I thought it just said 1 star from each snow stage.
Oh
but-
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Catneek has a point. Maybe rephrase to get the first star instead of star 1.
Maybe what if it's like star and then like the number sign? Would that have made more sense?
That was gonna be my next
I
suggestion.
could have, you know, actually I could have sworn it was star number 1 before, but maybe not. I could have been wrong, but woo! Oh my gosh, that was, dude. Oh my gosh, TTC, you almost died.
Oh man.
That was so scary.
If I died, does that I have to do 100
You have
with
to do it
the-
again. Yeah. You would have to do
That
it
would have
again.
been terrible.
Mhm.
It happened. It did happen last game with the Baronade. He got all the way to the end, spawned a star, and died, and had to do it again. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a lot of these goals you don't know, like you don't remember how hard they actually are until you're like doing them. You're like,
Yeah.
wow, this is actually kind of hard.
Right. You know, and that's another thing. Roll into the cage. How many runners know that that's actually the star name? Which cage to go in? That's
yeah, I had
also
to make sure I was going into the right cage.
Yeah. Now, I personally know pretty much all the star names because I have a spreadsheet of my PBs for each single star time, and I made sure to get the right star names for this, so that could probably help as well.
Very spicy. Yeah. It's like if you were to ask me what one of the moons in Super Mario Odyssey was called, I couldn't tell you.
Right.
I started speedrunning it in traditional Chinese, so I have never learned the name of these moons. I can tell you how to get them, though. It's like directions.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we do also have Mr. Wa in the booth here. Mr. Wa, how are we feeling about that run?
Do you know what? Not that bad. I didn't want to torment you guys to 5 minutes me attempting to BLJ. So,
Yeah.
Fair enough,
I
though.
didn't know my route to begin with. I started with swimming under the bridge because I thought, that's an easy goal.
Yeah.
And then I saw cannons and thought, oh, maybe I could do this line. And then I saw TTC 100.
Oh, yeah.
And I went, okay, I'll find something different. And then I found this line. I think I just found my route too late. Had I known my route a lot sooner, I would have finished like 5 or so minutes ago.
And
Yeah.
here's another thing about that. As you may have just heard, hopefully in the booth, like star number 1, Sonic Gordon just grabbed 2 random stars in both snow stages, and I was like,
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Better mark that off as well.
Uh-oh.
there you go. Snowman set.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, so I honestly, yeah, like the route that you went for, Mr. Wah, not too bad of a route, not too shabby at all. Row 3, column 5, there was a lot of synergy in row 3. And even coming in with the chat here, Malcolm himself saying he also would have done row 3, column 5.
Yeah, I just started it too late. That's what let me down on that one.
It was kind of a tough board, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it for like a minute. I don't know if you guys saw. I stopped playing for a while, and I just stared at the board because I was like, I just don't know. And then I saw the diagonal that Gordon went for, and I was like, yeah, that seems possible. And then I went, oh, hundreds again.
Hundreds again. Yeah. It's just like, that's just one of the things about this board. Like, just imagine if that one was right in the middle. That just kills off so many lines right there.
Right.
Man. Whew. All right. Well, that is going to be the end of game 2, but that does mean it looks like we're going to be getting a third game today from this match. Does anybody need a water break or a bathroom break?
I just need a minute whilst I breathe away my sadness, shall we say.
I think we all did.
But I can't quite start straight away.
Fair enough. I do need to use the bathroom, but before I go, please check out these racers, check out the commentaries, follow all of these people. They are pretty epic, I would say. BRB.
Yeah, I think I'll take a quick break too. So we'll reconvene in a couple minutes.
We'll keep the chat entertained. It's all good.
Awesome.
Oh man. If I just got my act together a little bit sooner, I would have won. That sucks.
You went to the wrong stage, you said?
No, so I swam under the bridge to start, and then I pounded 5 different stumps. I did that at the beginning, because I was like, surely I can make 2 lines out of some of these. And then once I did the penguin, I was like, oh, hang on a minute. I can do mini-bosses and cannons. And I can do those in synergy with each other. And then I realised my line then. Had a bit of a mess up in Fire Sea. Yeah, and then that was pretty much it. Like, you know, doing THI and SL's pretty easy, so...
Yeah. What? So you do Bomb King and then Womp King? What's the third one?
I did iRock.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Because I managed to mix iRock with hang from both of the SSL monkey bars.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good combo. These boards are unforgiving right now, though. These last two.
Yeah, like I almost had half a mind of asking Anime, like when this board showed up, I was like, can we have a do-over? Like... But yo, if you are watching Anime stream and you're listening to me right now, and you are an Amazon Prime user, you do get 1 free Twitch gaming subscription to a channel of your choice. So why not use it on AnimeeArcade's channel? It's very easy to do. Just make sure you've got your Amazon linked up to your Twitch account. Show some love to the man who's making this tournament happen.
Very well said, Mr. Wah. Very well said.
He's come back. He heard what we're saying. Oh no!
I only caught the tail end of it,
taking
but
your
I
headphones
totally agree.
off.
But yeah, we were just saying that I was tempted when I saw that board to just message go, can we have a do-over?
Oh my gosh. I still think, and again, you know, we can always, if you've heard of the way that we've made this board is off of a thing called the Speedruns Live version. And the Speedrun Live's version, how everything is organized is like actually basically how the standard bingo is already organized. So like all the goals, I've looked on it before. I've clicked because you can actually like look at every single goal that's already in like games that are programmed into Bingo Sync, and you can like basically download a text file that shows how all the goals are organized, and all of them are basically in a SRL format. So we took that format, took the goals. Malk organized everything by difficulty because 5-head, and spread it out so that like we actually get mostly more balanced boards. We weren't getting, like you were saying during practice, we weren't getting like pounding poles, 2 goals in the same line, talking to toads, 2 goals in the same line.
Right.
Like having getting amped in 2 different stages and getting amped in 4 different stages, showing up on the board is totally good as long as they're not like in the exact same row column line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like, you know, as a whole, I'm really happy with how all of this has turned out for. It feels a lot more balanced, and you know, like and there's still like synergy with a lot of this. Like again, like you can see row 3 and then defeating 3 mini bosses, like great synergy. But also,
No, absolutely.
yeah, sometimes the hard stuff can just show up and go, man.
Yeah.
Ah,
I'm looking
man.
at you moving reds.
Did that my first TTM tumble into the pool? Would that have counted?
Nah.
I did it again just to okay, yeah, because I hit the thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's probably the most beautiful dive from the top I've seen so far.
Was.
It was,
And I believe you said that you can long jump into the pool
you
as
can.
well, right?
You can. It's just like the camera angle is garbage. So whether you
Yeah,
do the
and
long
like
jump
you don't
or
even know
the
where you're
triple
going.
jump,
You're just guessing,
you
hoping
just
and
gotta
praying.
be really
Yeah.
careful.
Oh, as a question, because
Yes.
I've never seen a purple switch in TTM.
Okay, so wait. Oh, do you just want to know where it is?
Yeah, I want to know what they are.
Oh, so you know the switches that you step on and they spawn boxes?
Oh.
Like in Dark World for the red coins?
Oh. Wait,
Yeah.
there's 2 of those?
They're purple colored. Well, they're all over the place. Even though like
Oh, see, I've always thought they were maroon, not purple.
well,
So
fair
I
enough.
was there thinking to myself, what on earth is a purple switch box?
Well, it's a purple yeah, that's fair. Yeah. So, yeah, it's basically there are 2 boxes that spawn in Tall Mountain after you hit the box. Tall Mountain. So you just got to find both of them.
See, that would have made that line so much more viable.
Yeah.
Break them. But yeah.
Yeah.
You'd still
All
probably have to get TTC 100 with Roll into the Cage, though. So.
Nah.
Now I would have done column 5, row 1 in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because there's 2 TTM ones, and the get burned by lava 4 times in a row before dying or landing. That's
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that one's
fine.
actually
That's
pretty
easy.
easy.
I actually only know where one of the purple switches are in TTM, like way at the
Oh,
top.
I think there's only 1 switch, but
No,
2 boxes.
there's 1 switch, but
Oh,
there's 2
2
boxes. That's why it's breaking
I believe-
both purple switch boxes.
Okay, yeah,
Right. And I believe it's the intended way to get the waterfall star.
Oh. I'm glad Get the Waterfall Star with the intended strat isn't on this board.
All right.
Yeah,
well, I can-
honestly, it seems easier to get the waterfall star with the speedrun strat than it is to land on that box with that horrible camera.
For reals. Well, all right, we
Alright.
got everybody here. We're going to go ahead and refresh this board. Put this new card out. Bam.
Ooh, might want to hide that.
Hide what?
Because we could see some of the raw
That's
the
okay.
raw data.
There's
Yeah,
some
that's
goals
just
that
the
everybody's
list of
already
all the
seen.
goals.
Yeah.
You can only see like 3 or 4 of those goals. It's fine. It's fine.
So when am I meant to refresh the page?
So-
like right now?
No. Basically, we'll say go, reveal the board, refresh,
Okay.
and then wait for a bit, and then reveal the board. I don't know why the website's been like that this year, because at previous tournaments, this was not a problem. But yeah, technically, the winner shouldn't have to refresh Malk, but Sonic Gordon did have to refresh for the last one. So, if you're idle for 10 minutes, it disconnects from the server. Me?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh.
That explains it.
Gotcha.
I have learned. All right, but with that being said, we've got both runners here and back in place. Sonic Gordon, are you ready for round 3?
Yep.
All right, Mr. Watt, are you ready for the 3rd round?
I'm ready for my 3rd round and 2nd loss.
We'll see how that goes.
You never know. You never know.
Nick, are you ready?
I believe I am.
All right, I'll go ahead and count down the racers for the final race of their match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Right, good luck, racers. We're going to wait until this has reset on both ends. I'll reveal the card, refresh it, and then reveal it once again. Just to make sure that it does the thing correctly that it should. Again, still don't know why it's doing that, but let's go. All right.
Okay.
Killing 8 unique bob-ombs in BOB. Not too bad of a center square. I'll take that. Let's see, right next to it, killing the 2 big bullies and the Chillbilly, rolling both of the logs. 2 unique cannons and all 4 rainbow red carpets. I mean, honestly, Road 3 is not the worst. It's not the worst.
Yeah.
The hardest one out of that would be touching all 4 rainbow red carpets, especially if you can't do the Lakitu.
I mean, you don't need to do Lakitu, but...
Well, no, yeah, but it's a lot faster if you can.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got collecting JRB chests without any swim strokes. Get 3 stars in TikTok clock with different clock speeds.
Ooh, Mr. Wah talking to Lakitu. And I do know that kill 5 unique Goombas and Bob-ombs each in BOB can pair well with kill 8 unique Bob-ombs in BOB. But then there's also the break 2 court boxes with 1 action. Wait,
I'm just seeing now why some chatters are screaming about this board. Look at row 4, column 3 really quick.
Get 4 off? That's okay.
Both TT Seagulls have decided to spawn on this board.
Holy crap. And
oh boy.
Well, there's no redos, so...
Woo! This is going to be one heck of a game 3. Wes, let me double check on what I'm looking at. For you there. We can see both runners going around, killing some Bob-ombs, killing some Goombas. Gordon gonna finish this off with an unfortunate late bomb clip there. Gonna try to spawn the bomb back. Nope, gonna go for the pull. Honestly, the better choice here.
Did he? Oh, looks like he's not going for the 8 unique Bob-ombs, but Mr. Wah is. And then does this doing a good old-fashioned throwing, which is fine. But you can also kick the Bob-ombs, which seems a bit faster. So there we go. Now I have a question.
I'm listening.
Does killing the Bob-omb that you use for bomb clip count as one of the Bob-ombs?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the best way to kill 8 unique Bob-ombs is end the final kill with bomb clip. Save you a little bit of time. But he did also kill that one earlier anyways, so it is still counted.
And I do like that he did take that little bombardier Bob-omb because he's kind of a douche. He has been known to hit me in inopportune times.
So the Gordon's setting up for a nice Owless here. Gonna be getting out first try. Very nice. As we see Mr. Wah taking out King Babam. There he goes. Get out of here, sir.
Is there a goal that would use that? Maybe open 2 unique cannons?
I'm looking. That one is definitely there, and yeah, that might actually be the only one that I see there. Interesting.
Oh, mate, yeah, open 2 unique cannons and then grab Bob Island Star without using the cap, so it may not be
there we go.
Island Hop, Poverty Island Hop.
Yeah, Poverty, if you don't know how to do Poverty Island Hop, it's really tricky.
Yeah.
Like, once you learn, you can kind of do it pretty consistently.
Yeah. I actually pulled off Poverty Island Hop earlier in a rando.
Nice. It's kind of required when you're doing CCC lists, so I had to get good relatively quick.
I've never tried CCC-less, but it sounds interesting.
Honestly, it's pretty fun. I got like a 126 the first day I was officially running it. I was super shocked.
As we see Mr. Wah, looks like he could be going for row 3, column 5. Because those are the ones that are unsullied by the TTC malaise.
Now, we are seeing Sonic Gordon here stand on top of these thwomps.
Oh, BLJ off a thwomp. Oh,
let's see.
He's going.
Can he get it? Oh, Mario just being rude. Come on,
Oh,
Mario.
I hate this.
I'm going to switch to his audio really quick to make sure we get those BLJ sounds. So hold on. Bear with me for a second.
So what exactly counts? So for the audience, what exactly counts as BLJing off of thwomp?
So there's actually 2 ways that it'll work. If you can somehow BLJ off the thwomp's head, that's absolutely viable and valid. Go for it. But you can also just BLJ against it right as it lands, but you have to be really careful and lined up properly.
Yeah.
As you can see, there we go. Sonic Gordon getting it.
Clean.
All right, I'm going to switch audio back. I had to make sure, because that's how I get my confirmation. Oh, with the the great movement up to the Womp King here. You don't get to see that movement too often, but it's delicious.
Looks like he might be going. So it looks like Sonic might be going for row 2, column 4. This doesn't look too bad. I don't know if he stood on top of 3 thwomps, which actually does go with.
He did stand on 2 of them.
So he's probably going for column 4 then, or at least that one, because, which I would say column 4 is probably a good one because it could go very well with pair TTC hundreds with roll into the cage. Now he has to make sure not to get the stomp on the thwomp star instead.
Right. Yeah, you gotta hope that muscle memory doesn't kick in.
And looks like he's going back into Bob on Battlefield. Looks like he's trying the double box break.
Oh, just gonna be one there though.
Looks like he's trying to grab B.O.B. Island Star without using the cap. I don't know. I don't think he does like normal island hopping runs.
No, not
So
from
he's
what I
probably
recall.
Yeah. What time? Oh,
Kick
no.
sliding up that hill is absolutely brutal, especially once you get to the top. I don't know who designed it like that, but they did a really good job keeping runners from going up there.
Yeah. Now, because you got to make sure not to go too fast, because you can go. Oh, he's going for Poverty Island hop.
Here we go. You're going to need to back up a little more there, Sonic. Get a little more speed. Come on.
Is it good?
Yo!
Yes.
Nice Poverty Island hop there from Sonic Gordon.
Love to see it.
Beautiful. And Mr. Wah taking out the Womp King.
Hardest boss in the game.
He is kind of tough sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the hardest part about that boss is when you get stuck under him. Beautiful! A beautiful double box break there from Sonic Gordon. Perfection. That's what you like to see.
Kind of got spoiled by seeing the break 2 cork boxes with 1 action space get picked off before the stream updated, but you still love to see it, even when you expect it. And Sonic Gordon going to CCM. Mr. Wall, presumably not too far behind. Not sure why he has 7. Oh, yeah, that's right, because of the Bob-omb King.
Yeah. Just going to have an extra starter that he won't need to grab later.
Right.
I'm very intrigued by this race. We've got a game 3 here between both runners. Mr. Wah.
Opening unique cannon.
Mr. Wah not expecting to win coming into this, but he already has 1 game under his belt. Honestly, this is anybody's game.
It is, definitely is, because row 3 could be good. The the nexus of column 2 and row.
Oh!
No!
Sonic Gordon getting a strange bug there, trying to do the pro strats, and is going to take a death, unfortunately.
The game is fun and fair.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I was gonna say the Nexus space pair TTC 100s roll into the cage. That could be the difference, as we have seen before.
That is true.
Because all the others in that column are pretty decent, pretty fast, but that one could be it. As Mr. Wah prepares to go into.
Ooh, interesting.
Dark World.
We're actually going to see both runners heading into Dark World at basically the same time. Exciting.
So, do you know what star Mr. Wah got? Because I believe. Oh, never mind. I think he got bomb clip. That's right. So he doesn't have to. So he didn't have to go into CCM.
Probably. He definitely
That's
did
right.
get bomb clip. I do recall that.
Sonic Gordon going for Dark World no reds.
Interesting. Hopefully we'll be able to make that up really quickly. Yeah, that was kind of a sketchy dive there.
Yeah.
There we go.
He knows the movement though, as Mr. Wah gets the just misses the cycle. I don't know what cycle that is because
There's too many. There's too many cycles. I don't know who decided we needed 9 cycles in Dark World.
Aw, clean.
Some great throws there from Sonic Gordon. We've got that red coin star spawned by Mr. Wah. A nice wall jump there. Beautiful. So while Sonic Gordon may be finished with Dark World, Mr. Wah has the 1 extra star. And we'll have the star lead.
Good. And here we go. Mr. Wah about to fight the first Bowser. Clockwise throws, you love to see it.
Nice, nice. So we'll be getting a good throw. No issues here.
Beautiful. Looks like. So I'm thinking. What's an SSL? Oh, ow. I'm guessing Sonic might just be going for the quick for the
nice
standard
movement.
16-star route. Up
That's
until
that has been pretty consistent for him.
Yes.
Just kind of autopiloting through 16-star, grabbing some extra goals along the way. Looks like he's going to open that cannon, talking right by after running into Klepto.
big brain move. Big brain move. That's what I usually do when I have a cannon star and getting the Talon star is advantageous to my route.
All right, both runners now with 9 stars. Yo, a rollout into the fly guy, but not quite close enough to make that up to the top here. Oh, just barely getting that triple jump up there. Gonna be grabbing that shell. Ready for some shredding.
Here? He's got
We've got the top of the pyramid opened up here. Taking a quick
no,
bonk to lose the shell.
What a save.
Woo! Not taking the death. That's good. But yikes.
Sonic Gordon taking the burn, but the Reds were clean.
Mr. Watt, unfortunately, missing that entrance into the IROC,
Yes.
will have to back it up with these wall jumps. Unfortunate. Oh,
Wait,
gonna
did he
take a
get-
different decision? Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, is he just gonna grab that one up and take a death in the sand? Because, I mean, honestly, that's also still pretty viable, but he's gonna have to take the safeness.
He's going for the IROC star by entering the top of the pyramid.
Very nice.
So it looked like he tried to get a little too swaggy with getting into the hole early.
Yeah, just unfortunately did not make it.
Oh. Oh yeah, Sonic is getting damaged before he goes into the maze, so it looks like he is doing row 2 at least, and I imagine... Oh, looks good. Uh-oh.
As long as the Snuffit doesn't kill him or the Monty Mole, that rocket
love
just
to see that.
barely missed him. Wah!
So it looks like we have 2 different routes here. It looks like Mr. Wah is going for row 3, column 5, while Sonic is going for row 2, column 4. So row 3, column 5 doesn't have the... Mr. Wah doesn't have to pair TTC 100s with roll into the cage, so that could be the difference.
Yo,
Triple
Sonic
box
Gordon
jump. Aw.
really wanted to go for that triple box jump. Looks like, gonna take the other back up. Nice.
Looks good. Nice.
I really should learn that back up so I don't have to use the elevator clip when I do runs. It's
Yeah, I like the elevator. I've like tried to learn triple box jump for like a couple minutes, but
me too.
It's
I got it.
for me.
I think I got it like twice, and then I couldn't get it again, and I'm like, oh well.
That's more tries than me. So.
All right, Mr. Wah once again gonna try to burn on the lava, but will be touching the bridges. Let's see.
Yep. I mean, I don't know how it's possible to do that in LLL. I would think he would wait until Fire Sea to do that.
I'm gonna tell you the secret because the first place runner from last year's tournament did in fact get burn on the lava 4 times without dying in LLL.
It's the coins, isn't it?
It's the red coin star area.
Ooh. Oh,
he
nice.
Managed to masterfully move Mario into the lava while also grabbing the red coins.
Nice. I imagine that would save a little bit of time on doing it at the bottom of Fire Sea and still getting normal cycle, especially if he can get the 0 cycle or ultimate.
All right, one more star down in HMC for Sonic Garden, and that will be...
3. Oh, I don't think that's gonna work.
It's gonna be a death, unfortunately.
Before
it does
dying.
say in a row before dying or landing, so hold on. Before we say anymore, we've got to see this check off one more time, because again, streams are a bit delayed comparatively.
Yeah, it looks like he might be going for the bullies now.
He did burn 4 times, but he's
going for the log. Oh no, nice.
Survive, and as the goal says, you have to do it before you die or
land.
So
you don't have to survive, right?
No, you do. We fixed it to say survive. If I remember correctly.
Does that count as well? Ooh.
Because we did have a match earlier where dying was death and then it was counted. So
okay.
Malk, if you're in here, can you come in for the confirmation, please?
And looks like Mr. Wah got to roll the first log, so he's in pretty good position here, I would say. Has he gone? I believe he has gotten the 2 big bullies, probably.
He grabbed one of the bullies. I don't remember if he got the other one. He probably did. I just happened to miss it.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Could ask him to confirm. Oh, wow, having a little trouble with the emergency exit.
Here, one sec. Let me actually ask over here really quick.
The intention was that dying after the 4th burn would count because you technically hit the lava before you lose the health. Okay, so it worked. So we can count it.
All right.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me. This is what Malk. That's why we had Malk come in for the confirmations, and we're fine.
Because I was under the impression that I think that's gonna cost Sonic 0 cycle.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Sonic.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right.
You gotta love the slope physics.
This is why we did.
Yeah.
This is why we did have to, again, once we had the first match with Switch Runner and Blue Haven, we did have something similar. and just had
Right.
to make sure we clarified a lot of things.
Right, and as Katnick said, you can't be dead before the 4th burn, so the Infiniburn would not
Basically.
count.
That is correct. Yes, Infiniburn does not count. That's actually that's basically the wording that we had
Yes.
to make sure that you knew Infiniburn did not count.
Right.
There we go.
But ooh, looks a little sus there, but you got it. It's Mr. Waugh with a clean entry into DDD. And looks like it's gonna be another close race. Oh, he's taking the death due to drowning. That's why it looks like that's why he was getting the booty burn.
There we go. A good old death to the water.
So I'm honestly kind of liking Mr. Waugh's route better. He just looks like 2 big bullies and chill bully. Looks like he just needs to chill bully the TTM log and touch off all 4 RR carpets. He is behind he just got into DDD again. So I get it matters how looks like it just matters how Sonic Gordon takes care of the rest of column 2.
Can we get some prages blesses in the chat for oh, well, unless he's not going for it. Hold up. Where's he going? I just want to make sure he's going.
Oh,
oh, he's opening a cannon. Oh, okay.
All right.
Interesting.
Looks like he could go for.
All right. If he's gonna get thrown off the stage by a Chuckya, can we just get some quick blesses in the chat, please? Because this Chuckya has been an absolute menace to throwing people off the stage, and by that I mean not throwing people off the stage. Yes. I believe Volantis got chucked 3 or 4 times and not off the stage. It is a clip. It was clipped and it was placed.
Now, see, I could have used that luck in the 120 run a few months ago.
Come on!
Oh!
No! Try again. Dale, what? Shush, Wes. Shush.
What? Oh, no! Oh,
Come on. Oh, that's 3, but again, he's not dead. This is what I'm talking about.
That doesn't count.
This is what I'm talking about. He needs to be chucked completely off the stage. And Malk is very correct in what he's saying. The Chuckya in. Oh,
does that
no! If he had fallen, it could have counted. Yes.
This Chuckya is much better for this to.
There's much less room for error. In
honestly,
bits. The bits Chuckya, there's a lot more places to die. But this Chuckya not being good. There we go!
There we go!
Beautiful. A good throw off.
I was gonna say honestly, the fastest way to get thrown off the stage is to go for TTM 100 plus reds and then get thrown off that way. From experience, I believe it's also it was in one of the Cobra videos a few months back.
Probably. There we go, Sonic Gordon. Yeah. Gonna be hitting the PLJs. It's really close, guys. This is a very close match. We have here Sonic Gordon needs to get TTC 100 plus roll into the cage as well as stand on the last thwomp. Meanwhile, Mr. Wah needs to go kill the chill bully, head into TTM and roll that log, and then touch all 4 Rainbow Ride carpets. It is still a very close race.
I mean, I think Sonic might have this though because Mr. Wah has to go into 3 stages, whereas Sonic is already in the final stage that he needs for the last bingo. As he gets that triple jump.
Whew. It's such a scary jump, honestly.
There we go. Kills the chill bully.
Kill bully now dead. Gonna just grab that star for a quick stage exit or take a death. Either one. No, we'll grab the star. Okay. Death would have worked because it doesn't say collect the star.
Right. Just assume that collecting the star is probably easier because it's a lot faster than dying. As Sonic has no trouble getting that TTC 100.
All right. He needs to stand on the thwomp, but he needs to grab the right star. Muscle memory, please do not kick in. That's all I'm asking for Sonic Gordon here. Don't do it.
Okay.
All right, we're good.
Looks like here we go, and here's the moment of truce.
All right, he's playing careful. He's just gonna
It's
grab some
always
extra
a good
coins
thing.
there, really quick. Don't get heave-hoed.
Oh.
Don't get heave-hoed.
It's
Gordon.
taking his time as
Oof.
Mr. Wah lines up for his first BLJ.
Okay, whew, there we go. All right.
Ooh.
All right, that is 2 goals down for Sonic Gordon. Now with a bingo, Mr. Wah needs to go in and touch all 4 Rainbow Ride carpets as Sonic Gordon heads up to bits.
But before touching the RR carpets, he has to touch this carpet, this red carpet first, in just the right way to get past that 50-star door, which I believe he has had trouble with. And, okay, I thought I was going to get that reverse curse. Sonic with the moonwalk up the stairs. Oh, looked like Mr. Wah caught it, but just wasn't working for him. But man, this is a close race, but looks like it's going to be Sonic Gordon.
BLJ is just so rude sometimes. I know for a fact that I am not consistent with them at all.
I mean, it's almost as if the developers intentionally made BLJs difficult.
I'll say it again, like I've said many of the previous races. If Mario's booty is as big as everybody says it is, why can they never catch the carpet?
And it's true. Ooh. As Sonic is now going to be 3 throws away from a comeback victory. Looks like all that rust has finally worn off.
Will he get that reverse sweep
Oh.
with these throws?
Oof. Controller being uncooperative. But the throws for Sonic are not, and I just fixed it.
Nice. Missing that second throw there for Sonic Gordon. Mr. Wah gonna have to hope for a few more of those. Just an unfortunate set with the carpets and just losing the BLJs again. Come on, Mario. But that will be 3 throws for Sonic Gordon. Can Mr. Wah get through the door? Ah.
Like he can. Can he? Aw.
Oh, no. Whew. And that is going to be it. Game 3 going
GG.
to Sonic Gordon.
Good game, everyone.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations on your win here, Sonic Gordon. How you feeling about this race? How'd you feel about this board?
I feel like this board was a little bit better than the rest, but still pretty tough. I feel like there's so much to read. Like, a lot of these goals just have a long description.
Yeah, so, some of them we had to make sure that we were absolutely clear with some of the goals. Like, I even goofed up again on one of our goals, burning 4 times in the lava before dying or landing. So if you burn a 4th time and you don't die, you're still good. I had to have Mount come in and correct me.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'm a goof sometimes. But yeah, that's why, and also like break 2 cork boxes with 1 action, a punch or a kick, as opposed to like grabbing one of the smaller boxes and just hucking it at them.
Oh, I thought punch kick was just a suggestion.
Punch and kick are the suggestion, but also what we mean.
Right.
Regardless, though, yeah, this board, I can't believe it. When we opened this board and we started looking around, there's, you know, you can see there in the upper left, get 3 stars in TTC with different clock speeds. Okay, whatever, sure, stop, slow, fast. Why not? But looking at the bottom there, column 3, row 4, collect 4 unique stars in TTC with different clock speeds.
I gotta know whose idea that goal was.
Me. You're welcome.
You're a sadistic masochist.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, you rarely ever see runners go into the clock besides stopped or fast. So like, why not?
Right.
Why not?
And then slow. Ironically, fast is apparently better for speedrunners.
Yeah. Also, apparently, fast is better for reds in anything other than stopped. So that's weird. But yeah. Mr. Wa, welcome on in to the booth as well. How you feeling about this board?
The board was fine. My gameplay sucked.
Ah.
Hey, you kept it close though.
Really
I
did.
really
Oh
appreciate
yeah, I
it.
mean, I'm a lot more impressed with myself than I would be. Just the LLL stuff took way too long. Taking the spin in SSL as well. Yeah, I think I went for the right goals. Just I messed up on them.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the JRB chest without sim strokes. You have to punch your entire way to the
Or just
cave.
hold.
You
or
can,
just
you
hold
can yeah,
A.
you can either punch the entire way or like have the initial A press and then just press and hold A all the way.
Okay. I was
Either
gonna say
or, which are very slow.
I would
Right.
go for the shell and ride the shell to the cave.
Oh, yo, that's an interesting one. I completely forgot about that because it's useless and it breaks after like 10 seconds, and unlike when it's not in the water.
Mhm.
And the going to the right, long jumping off, going to the platform where the where the coins are for the where the box is, and then long jumping
Oh.
off of there. That saves a lot of the swimming.
Yeah.
Oh,
so-
I do like that. I didn't even think about that.
Yep.
And that's why it was a close game. You got that game knowledge.
Yeah, both of you played very, very well today. It's very exciting to see another game 3 here in the tournament. And like, again, Mr. Watt, you were so nervous about coming into this race, but you held your own. Both, you know, all 3 games. You did very well with what you had.
Yeah. So I didn't get much practice. As you were aware, I had some issues with my systems, and BLJs was always going to be the thing that let me down. So part of my route was to try and avoid anything that needed the upstairs. And I thought I'd take the risk in the game free. And Sonic Gordon's just faster than me. His island hop as well is always getting to that island star. I had to beat the king and then take the cannons, so I can't do that
Yeah.
long jump. So that cost me a lot of time as well.
Yep. So, and you know, it just goes to show, like, game knowledge and the ability to speed here in bingo are what's important. You can be really fast, but if you don't have that game knowledge, like, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, this was a great.
Okay with this?
This is a really good
because-
turnout.
I think even if I won this one, I don't think I would have made it any further looking at the bracket. So, because I think between Mal and Nick, I don't think I wanted to come up against either of them.
Hey, there's no shame in winning a game though.
Hey, I made
Or-
it further in this tournament than Baronade, therefore I cast myself a winner. So, suck
Hey,
it,
you're
Baronade,
welcome.
if you're watching.
You're welcome for that.
Yeah, thanks for that, man. But no, this was a lot of fun. I'm glad to be able to take part in it. It means I can actually now put down Mario for a while for good.
Woo!
So, yeah.
Oh, always
a
nice
game.
to take a break.
It's a game. It definitely is. I very much understand. Oh, well, I want to make sure everybody here goes and follows the racers, follows the commentator here, and I'm gonna bring up this bracket here. Sonic Gordon will be moving on, and Mr. Wah, you got a game. I'm very proud of you. I know you were very worried about this, but you did very well today.
Yeah, I'm more than proud of how I performed today. Just sad that it's over. Glad I don't have to be LJ ever again.
All right. We did have a question in the chat talking about the 2 boxes. So the way that it was said and read was with 2 punches. I think was like the original for breaking the 2 boxes. we changed it to one action, and if you saw with the parentheses saying punch kick, the way I read that personally was you had to punch or kick to break both boxes. If the parentheses weren't there and it just said single action, then that would make more sense if you like took a box and threw it, or did a ground pound and dropped the other box, because then it just says one action. So
I mean, I would say that for next time to clarify that a little bit more, because if I saw that, I would have agreed that the ground pound should have counted, because it's one ground
Right.
pound. So it's still a single action. You've just moved a box.
all right.
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Just for next time.
Right, and it's a lot
Okay.
easier than pulling off the double box break.
Yeah, the
double box break with
original
the punch even
intention.
impossible.
The original intention was for a double box break. But again, with that being said, things
Right,
have
I agree,
changed.
Mal.
Things have been
Ground pound is a
clarified.
single action.
Yeah.
Is a double box break with a punch possible?
Yes.
I don't. Is it?
Oh, I don't know if it's with a punch, but I know no, it's a kick, because that's how you do it on the 100 coin for wet drywall.
Yeah, I've never seen a punch before. I don't even know if that's possible.
I think it's just kicks. So, boop 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 doo doo doo. We'll update that. We'll update it.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Like I said, and you know, this is the second Mario Madness tournament ever. So being able to go through these things, clean them up, you know, this is good. It's all good. We make everything even better for the next time.
GG's. You put up a good fight, Mr. Y. You had me shaking.
You know what? As I say, if it was anyone else, I think you were the one I was most worried about coming up against. So the fact that I got that far, like, because obviously we both took part in the Cool Cat Gang stuff, and you're in Division S, and I'm like, oh, I was so bad I was in the mixed division. Like,
Well, I'm losing to either Nick or Malk. That's for sure.
I think you'd probably beat me pretty easily, so you never know. But you never know.
hey, my suggestion for you is, because you got the skills, just even if you've got to stop for like the first 20 seconds when you load in after the Princess Peach letter watch party.
Yeah, I've thought
just
about it.
Yeah, just to verify your route first, because yeah, I think especially with these wordy, I think taking that moment just to stop will give you a real big advantage over either of them.
Right.
For sure. All right.
All right.
Well, thanks for having me. See you
Yeah.
next round.
Absolutely. Please, as you've seen, please go follow these racers. Go follow the commentators. We have another match in about 2 hours and 20 minutes. So I will actually not be ending stream to go do something else, but there is still more bingo to come today. Once again, thank you for participating this time, guys. I will see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, folks. Here we are. Oh my gosh, that was very exciting. That was really, really good.
Wow, that was pretty fun.
That was a really good match. That was super, 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 super close. That was really good. Okay. All right. It's Sunday. I gotta move some camera things around really quick. Wes, if you're still here, sent you a DM on Discord. Whether or not you saw the message in chat, I am officially have sent it to you in Discord, so hopefully you will see it. Once again, like I said, please go follow those racers. Please go follow the comms. I think what we'll do for that goal is we will remove punch and kick, so that way it won't just be one kick, and if they can break the box with various other methods with one action, I think that'll probably be the best way to update it, because there are many ways that you can break 2 boxes with one action. So just give me a second here. I need to move a lot of things. Control ++, make the chat bigger, easier for me to see. I'm gonna move the camera really quick, so 1 sec. Moving the camera means also switching lights. I have no idea where the other USB went. What? Where'd you go? Ah. I am confused. Where is this USB? Aha! I found it! I found it! It moved! Alright, I'm gonna cover up the... Oh! Wait! Yo! Yo, Sonic Gordon! The alerts were still minimized. Sonic Gordon, thank you so much for the raid. Yo, Hustle3, thanks so much for the follow. I literally all this, I forgot the alerts were turned off on the previous board. Thank you so much. Yo, Gorgonim, what's up, my dude? Hope you're doing well with, I believe, what is it, all... Is it all post-game purple coins? What is that? I saw that pop up. I hope you're doing well with that. Sonic Gordon, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on everybody in from all purple coins post-game. Haha, I remembered. Rip. Did that go through? I'm not sure. There we go. Gosh. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope things can go better for the next few runs. I'm going to move my camera really quick. Yoink. Let me just... I'm trying to prevent motion sickness. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. Let's see. Am I in the camera? No. No, I am not. All right, epic. Great. Here's what we're going to do. We're changing games. And because it's Sunday... Oh, no. I didn't cook soup. I didn't cook soup. No. No. I forgot to cook new soup. But we're going to do some new soup runs. I'm sorry. I forgot. But here's the soup. We've got new soup. We have new soup for new soup speedruns. Can't believe I forgot the soup. Man. Anyway. But yeah, we're gonna do some speedruns of this. Last week we did some learning. This week I did some practice. A little bit. And by a little bit, I mean like literally, I think I had like an hour, 30 minutes before, I think I had like an hour or 30 minutes before the race to do practice. So, yep. Also, while I'm here, you should, like, you should, like, probably totally go follow Gordon, my favorite SMO speedrunner, who also is, like, really good at two-player, and just the game in general. I would recommend. Alright, epic. No worries, Gordon. Alright, timing starts once I move Mario. I don't have a numpad! Don't have a numpad, I can't start my timer! I need my... Ah! Alright, give me a quick second. I always start my timer with the 0 button on the numpad because it's so close to me. I'm still waiting for my numpad in the mail, though. I'm just gonna make backspace the start button because I can. Okay, all right. All right, okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Nice. Let's hope I can like maybe potentially actually speedrun this game because I need to. It's kind of a requirement that I need to speedrun this game. There we go. I did not mean to kill the Koopa, but I'm glad that I actually made it to the Koopa. Nice. Okay. I'll take that.
Mario time.
It's a good first one. Again, Hustle3, thank you for the follow. Shrando, thank you for the follow. GalaxyCraft1245, thank you for the follow. Slotzio, thank you for the follow. 531, thank you for the follow. This is just follows that happen throughout the day. And again, Sonic Gordon, thank you very much for the raid. I big appreciate. Oh, man. I did a lot of, like, early game practice. I tried to do some, like, level 5 practice, but I'm also just not the best right now at level 5, and I just lost a lot of time. Stop! I didn't thank Joe for the follow. Whomst is Joe also, like, we're resetting. Because that's too bad. Well. Don't mama. Oh! Alright, you got me there. Got him. Tiny Haggard, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. There it is. It's a little late. I'll have to refresh the case. But thank you. I appreciate it. Don't have a propeller hat. That's a problem. Very distracted during my run. Da-da. Just gonna refresh the current cache. There we go. Okay, alert should show up a little better now.
Yeah.
Nice. I need a propeller hat. Please, can I get a propeller hat? I should be able to get a propeller hat in this stage, probably, right? Right? I sure hope so. Ground pounding in this game specifically is like probably the hardest because sometimes the remote just doesn't register. My down, it's just like, oh, you hit right. Sure. It's like, no, dude, I did not hit right. Please give me a spin cap. That's all I'm asking for. That's fire. Bruh. Where are the power-ups? Man. That's a Yoshi? Okay. Alright, I guess we're doing this. I don't know how to get off Yoshi. I know I just said, like, I need to reset. I probably still need to reset.
This way.
Probably still need to reset, but I don't have any finished runs of this specific game yet. So I'll just do what I can for now. For now. If I lose too much time, even though I definitely already lost a lot of time. I've definitely already lost a lot of time. Hopefully it'll be fine. Hello, Cannon. Nice. I love the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Like, it's got some of the best overworld of the Mario franchise. I'm just saying. It's so catchy. Never forgive me for soup. I'm sorry. I literally was thinking about it all day. I'm like, oh man, I gotta heat the soup up before I start the bingo match, and I never did. I never did. Gimme. Let's go. Oh, wait. Ah, it's just a nice flower. I don't want that. Hello. Can you just thank you? It is possible to get up here. I have done it. Come on. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. I don't remember what buttons I need to push. I think I press and hold home and then hit Wii reset. Probably. I think. There we go. Title screen. Yep. All right, let's reset. Let's try again, shall we? Again, timing starts on the button press. Let's go. Ah! Hello, almost dying twice in a row. Let's go. Nice. I threw it too early. That's fine. All right, whatever. It's fine. I also feel like my lighting's off. Probably because one of my lights decided not to turn on in the room, but it's okay. It's fine. Yeah, Mip's jamming out. That's a great emote. I like it. It's cute. Screech through here. Yoink. And we're screwed. All right, let's go. No, god dang it. Now I don't know. All right, nope. How about nope? How about nope? This is I don't really.
Here we go.
I don't know. I think the thing that scared me away from 2D Mario games, there's two things. There's two things that scare me away from 2D Mario games. One of them is the amount of precision that you need for these games to have a good time for speedrunning. Scares me away from this so much. However, The other thing that scared me away is the like reset heaviness of these games. I missed again. It was slightly too late. That's too bad. Never completed an SMB run, even though I tried a bunch in summer 2021. Yeah. I mean, I've definitely done, like, some runs as a kid. But just because I was like, I just want to play this fast. You even lost a run in World 8 because he heard gunshots outside and had to call 911. Dang. Yikes. Crimson! Crimson! Crimson, you have the blue coin! Crimson, oh my gosh!
Anime for love juice.
Hi, Crimson, how are you? Hello! I haven't seen you in forever. How are you doing? Are you okay? Are you doing well? You might also just be a little more of a lurker, but... Oh, it's so nice to see you. Hi. Oh, hi, Eden. God. Could I just stop, please? That's all I want. Lorsal. 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 You're doing better now. Had a major crud this weekend. Otherwise, just been busy with work and wedding stuff. Wedding. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's so exciting. Ah, that's great. That's great. I'm glad you're doing well now.
Yeah.
I'm glad you are doing better. It's so nice to see you. No joke. No joke. It was either today or yesterday. I was genuinely thinking about you. I'm like, oh man, I haven't seen Crimson in so long. I hope they're okay. I just remembered there's no... Ah! I have my Wii bar on top of the... I have my Wii bar on top of the TV. That's why I had to like a magic wand. Oh, that's so exciting, Crimson.
Let's play.
And go.
Let's go.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ah, pipe. Oh. How about no?
Oh.
How about no? Yeah, I definitely feel like my face is definitely not as lit up as it normally is over here. Man. Betrayed by the Goombas, as always. Hey, Nora. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. Come on, game. Nope. Oh, Crimson, that's so crazy. 18 months. 18 months. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like, you are one of the few people who have the blue coin now, and that's so cool. I'm gonna have to like, I gotta start thinking of new coin colors, because I know I've unlocked like I think one slot now. Pretty sure. Oh. Ba-da-da-da-ba. Ba-ba. Ah, should have held jump. That's fine. Oh, I didn't get the... Controller, please, when I shake you, you need to shake. That's all I gotta say. Please. Just doing any percent for this? Yeah. Yeah. So, so when March happens, Mario Madness happens. Last year, I did a bunch of stuff for Sandbox. So I mostly focused on Sunshine, 70 Star, and Odyssey. This year, I wanted to do the new Super Mario Bros. Series because there's also a run for there's a category for new Super Mario Bros. Series on the Multi-Mario Speedrun. And I love new Super Mario Bros. Like, the original game on the DS was one of my first DS games, and it's just so good. And I appreciate it so much. I really enjoyed NSMB2 when it was out. If I could just stop doing that, that would be amazing. I don't know why that keeps happening. I mean, I do know why it keeps happening, but I'd like it to stop happening. That'd be great. So I've just been trying to do all the any percent runs for all the series on each day of the week. I've had some slight, you know, caveats with a couple of days, but other than that, yeah, my camera lighting is just like not the best right now. I gotta fix that. But yeah, so I'm hoping to like actually get some relatively decent times in any percent for all the games, and then do a whole series run before I head up to Michigan to go to Motor City FurCon and visit my friends in Michigan. Of course. I think the thing that sucks the most for the new Super Mario Bros. Games is that it requires you to hold on to a power-up. Like, basically the entire game. You're not allowed to lose it, and it sucks. That's fine. This wasn't going to end well anyway. But yeah, 2D Mario games. 2D Mario games are kind of rude. I'm going to check lights really quick. Give me a sec. Yeah, nah, it's just really cold out, so the lights are being a little fussy, I suppose, but that's fine. You know what I should do? Instead of cook the soup, I should just eat the soup right out of the can. I mean, it's already cooked. Like, we just cook it because we want to make it nice and warm, but it's already cooked. So, I mean, I could just eat it straight out the can.
Here we go.
There's nothing stopping me. Make sure I'm clicked back on the timer.
Let's go.
Nice. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba. Yep. I forgot to shake the controller on both of those jumps, but that's okay. Dang it. Letting go just ever so slightly too early there. Just ever so slightly. No wrath! No wrath! Bro!
I remember this time.
Yo! Norath, you got the pink coin. Let's go. 6 months. Thank you. What the heck? We were only 7 subs away from Super Smash Bros. Melee speedrunning. Yo. That's pretty epic.
Let's go.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for the Prime. Like, you could definitely use that anywhere else, but the fact that you're choosing to use it here, thank you so much. The heck? Thank you. I was so sure I was gonna die there. If I have to lose a little bit of time to make sure that I keep my propeller suit, I will lose that time. The propeller suit is too important to the run to lose. Rather support a friend? Well, thank you. I appreciate it immensely. Ah! I missed the flagpole!
Mario time.
Missed the flagpole. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Excuse me. Finally, we're actually, like, in okay shape. Will we get out of World 1? It's time to find out. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That was a mistake, but that's fine. Please, controller, I need you to shake. Like, come on. Come on, please. Thank you. Sometimes the shake input just really doesn't want to go out for some reason. Not sure why. Nice. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-bum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Paching. Hi, Toad. Bye, Toad. Bye. I'll see you later. Goodbye. There he goes. Ba-da-da-dum, bop-t-bop-t-bop-t-bop-t-bop-t-bop. Get. Okay, that was my own fault. That was just bad platforming on my end. Gotta make sure I keep an eye on the time. Oh, you know what? I need to actually make an announcement that the match is happening in like 2 hours in Discord. Oops. I should have done that before I started the run. Now it's too late. Reading my inputs. How dare. Okay. Push. Ba da ba da ba ba da ba da ba ba da ba da ba. Ah, come on. That's lame. Dude, no! No, 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 no. Brother! Freaking Koopa. That's stressing me out, making me think I'm gonna hit it. Hey. I am gonna clarify that once again. You can make that one jump at the end here without needing this thing. But, yeah. Just want a time. I just want a time. I want a time. No one has made me dab via channel points yet? Correct. 1,000,000 points is... it's a lot of points. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, this is so slow. That's not gonna make it. I shouldn't have done that. There we go. Thank you. Sure. But yeah, 1,000,000 points is a lot of points. Okay.
Mario time.
And into this fella. Da-da-da. Gotta stop spending your points on the. There are so many people saving up for the dab, though. I appreciate the EV hat points. If I could just get a propeller hat, that would be amazing. It's a bait? Nah, no, it's not bait. I actually do appreciate it when people do that. It's not entirely bait. Ah! Why did I think that was a good idea? I forgot how the level goes, apparently. Whoops. Gonna go like this. Then you can go. Ah! That was a really late double jump. Okay. We should reset. I'm gonna just do this one more time now. I'm gonna do one more jump. Okay, that doesn't count. Okay, I'm gonna reset this, and then really quickly I got announced in the Discord that the match is in like an hour and 45 minutes because I forgot to. Yeah. Yo, EV hat. All right, give me a quick second here. I'll slap it on as soon as I'm out of here. Nice. Ah! Hello. Irresistible. It's a good hat. What can I say? If only I could get a propeller hat from this level, you know? If only. Oh, that was a mistake entirely.
Oh no!
All right, time to make that announcement.
Oh.
There's been the Mega VC around. What is? Oh, also, I just want to be clear, like this time does not count towards the hour that I don't have the hat on. So this doesn't count towards that hour. Keep that in mind. What time do I want them in by? If it's 6:30, I want like 6:10. Wow, I did a bang up spelling job on this one, man. I despise the enter button on Discord. Alright, whatever. At least it was accurate. Okay. also still doesn't count. Don't worry. Hold on. I'm plugging in some batteries before I forget to plug them in. Even though I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna do it anyway, so I'm probably not using them anytime soon, but I will still do it. These batteries are super fresh batteries. That's nice. There's manta rays in this game? But like air manta rays? That's so cool! I don't get to see them. That's so cool. Man. Oh, I do need to really quickly. I gotta pop into music. Add my Mario remixes back into the playlist. Put the music up to 20 again. I didn't clear the prediction. Man, what kind of a streamer am I?
Let's play.
Okay, there we go. I'm like 90% set up for the next match. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So we just tack on like 5 extra minutes. Once it hits the hour notification for the channel point redeem, we just tack on 5 more minutes. I'm sorry, Mario's animation there was like mid-head roll, and that was really funny. He just like landed on the platform with his head. Ah, too early. Like way too early. Nice.
Mario time.
But also, no, dead serious. I've had at least 4 or 5 different people say that they're saving up to make me dab, and I'm like, dang, that's a lot of channel points. That's a lot of channel points.
Let's go.
If anybody has the highest amount of points, I don't know if it would be Bright-Eyed Feline or like any other super lurkers that I'm unaware of. So I'm honestly, I wish I knew. Like, I'm just so curious how close, if anybody is, you know? Holy crap, I actually did it. Let's go. Oh, I didn't tilt it. Wish some luck. You can't resist using them. That's fair. Like, honestly, same. At this point in time, like, I know Spunky Raccoon has, like, if you save up 70,000 channel points, you can get a doodle redeem. But every time I hit, like, 5,000 channel points, I'm just like, yo, time to change the PNG tuber. Because it's very satisfying. Yo, what up, Sander? My day's been pretty good. We had an epic match earlier today. Went to a game 3. Currently trying to do NSMB Speedruns. And then we've got another match later today. How you doing, man? Hope your day's been well. You know that 50K though. Speaking of, I see lay sauce. Hang on. I want to read that. I will get there in a moment. Nope. Don't want to take damage. Did you guys see the triple nuke? I did. That was like... I did. I was there for like one of the nukes. But I didn't like see the rest of them. And I was just like, what? It was so wild. It was quite the trip.
Let's play.
Alright, let's try again. This game is brutal as all 2D Mario games are. It kinda sucks, but at least I'm still having fun. Like, I'm not, like, raging to the high heavens. Because, like, I know how hard this game is to speedrun. And, like, I don't expect to get a good time. I just would like to, you know, finish a run at some point.
Oh no!
Not like that, of course.
Oh!
Man. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Here we go!
All right. And go.
Let's go!
Goomba percent, fastest death by Goomba. So funny enough, Super Mario 64 actually has basically a Goomba percent. It's the all Goombas category. I believe it was only like introduced. It's like really new. I think it was finally introduced in like 2022, but I don't know. Maybe it's been a little earlier, but I'm pretty sure it's like a super new category. Can I get the cool movement, please? Yes, I can. Let's go. Hell yeah. I'm sad. That's lame, dude.
Oh yeah! Mario time!
I was like less than an inch away from sliding. I can't believe it. Lame. This is the problem with the 2D Mario games, so you just have to get a power-up and, like, keep it. You have to keep it, and it's like, ugh.
Here we go!
You have to keep it until the end game, at least, and that's so far away!
Let's go!
End game is so far away. Ah! Bop. Ah, my jump button missed. Okay, that was on me. There we go. Grab you, bounce off you. Ah! I mean, I got the shell throw, I went a little too far. There we go. Nice.
Mario time! Ho! Let's go!
Nice. Oh, precision. Ugh. I should have gone for the crouch jump, but it's fine. Had to play that a little safer than I probably needed to. Nice. Yo, star animation right at the end. Let's go.
Mario time!
All right, one more level. Please. Please get me out of here. That would be great.
Let's go!
Bop, bop, tip, bop, tip, bop, tip, bop, tip, bop. Nice. Do the castles still do fireworks in this game? Yes. Yes, they do. I almost made a mistake. Let's go. I almost screwed it up. Just gonna play it a little safe. There we go. Please? I did it! Let's go! Nice, 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 nice! Yeah! First time in a run. The slows run, so you gotta avoid those times. Yeah. Luckily, like, if you're going fast enough, optimally,
This way.
then you don't even have to think about it. Do every Mario games do fireworks? Only New Super Mario Bros. 1, and then all other New Super Mario Bros. Games. The original Mario Bros. 1, and then all New Super Mario Bros. Have fireworks. Mario 2 and Mario 3 do not. Though I will say what Mario 3 has is actually pretty dope. Regardless, like if you get 3 cards and they're all the same card, and the final card you grab while you're going at P speed, it's so cool. Toad got kidnapped. Mario said, "Sorry, Toad. My PB is waiting." Yep. That's right. It's like, I'm afraid all the other Toads are getting kidnapped. Gets kidnapped right in front of Mario.
Let's go.
Oops. I went for the one I was keeping my eye on instead of the one that I was trying to get. Yeah. World 5 is like actually probably the hardest world in this speedrun. Like, straight up. Bleh. Bleh.
Here we go.
Man. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
I love how easily the number 2 button wore off this controller. Thank you, Rock Candy. Yep. Whoops. That was weird. The controller shake input did not happen. There we go. Ba ba. Nice.
Yeah, Mario time.
That is correct, Sonic. That is correct. How'd you like FJ's game? Oh, it was a good game. Actually, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, no worries.
Let's go.
No worries, Gordon. Yeah, FJ's game was really fun. I really liked it. It was really unique. Well, okay, I mean, not like super unique, but like it was great. I was having such a good time with it. I was having fun breaking it. I was having fun playing it. It was really good. There we go. That's the movement I'm talking about. That's the garbage that I need in this kind of a speed run. Not that, though. That's actually pretty bad. Yep. There we go. Ba, chicka, ticka, ticka, chaka. Jump. Nice. All right. One more level, and then we hit World 5 again. We literally ended the last stream practicing World 5. I'm just like, we didn't even practice all of World 5. So I haven't figured out why it kept crashing and everything. Yeah, that was so weird. I really do think it had to do with like mashing too much. Maybe we just like oh, that sucks. Like probably just like overloaded the processor or something. Maybe. That'd be my guess. Oh, that was a mistake. Ah! If you could just not do that, that would be amazing. Thanks. I screwed up. Oh! That's worse. That's much worse. I was tired of being broken and told me to stop. Yep. It definitely did.
Here we go.
Woo! I wish I did a little more testing with the SM64 beta, because like we released it and then some people found some more bugs like right out the gate, and I'm just like, I feel bad because I wasn't doing a large amount of testing this last go around. I've just been like really busy, you know. I'm just like, shoot. Wish I did more to make it slightly better, you know. Yoink.
Mario time.
Oh man. Today it's Sunday. Yeah, today's Sunday. Pretty sure. Dude, yesterday, straight up, yesterday I was just like halfway through the day, I couldn't tell what day it was. The only thing that I could think about was like what I was doing after work. And when, you know, people were like talking about the match or just like mentioning some things about the match today, and I'm like, huh? When is that? Is that tomorrow? What? This is the weirdest thing. Please uncrouch, dude. Yo, Kitas, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Nice. Could have been a little quicker on the pole grab. Probably shouldn't have turned around.
Mario time.
But it's fine. That's fine. Bleh. I just want a time that exists. I would like a decent time. Doing fine. Excellent. Glad you're doing well. This is a cool hat. Thank you. I got it as a birthday present. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. I'll be honest. But it was probably 2 years ago at this point. But it's been a very good staple redeem on the channel. It's so cute. It's a great hat. It's adorable. Of course. You had a brain fart with Mario Day. I kept thinking, why can't it be on May 10th too? No! Man, rest in pieces. Hello, Crunchy Audio. Are you okay?
Here we go.
5:07. Okay, we still have an hour.
Let's go.
We got like an hour till the next match. That's fine. Got a long stream today, folks. Long stream. I kind of messed that up, but that's okay. Brain took a left turn. It really did, huh? There we go. I was supposed to triple jump. I was not supposed to kill that Goomba, but it's too late now. I love the shell movement into the box there. It's so cool. Like, and it's genuinely not as hard as you think it is. It really isn't.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
But when you get it, you just feel like, oh man, that was sick. And it feels great.
Ho.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ra-ba-ba-ba. 1, 2, let's go. I'm getting slightly better at this. I'm slightly better at 1, 2. Now, if only I was getting slightly better at late game. That'd be great. Nope. Oh, so much for that. Never mind. Now, actually, so much for that. Dang it. Please. I would like to have, like, an actual run. Reset heavy games are not my favorite type of speedrun, that's for sure. It's a good thing I like this series. What is the average runtime for this game? If you're speedrunning it, probably like 30 minutes. And that's like not a super good speedrun, that's just like a speedrun. Or well no, if it's just a speedrun, then like 35 minutes. World record is 22 minutes, but that's also without loads, so it's like 24 minutes. So probably like 35 if you go really quickly. If I were to like do an average or something. Dang it. Nice.
Mario time.
It's like actually surprisingly like one of the shorter speedruns now that I'm thinking about it. Dude, 2D Mario speedrunning is hard. It's so hard. The amount of precision that you need, and especially for this particular series and like Super Mario Bros. 3, it's all about the power-ups. Like you have to have these power-ups. You have to take them with you. You basically have to play damageless. That's really difficult. Oh, I just like threw away a lot of time there. It's fine. It's fine. Ah, no, dude. Garbage. No! Just get me through. Okay. That's all I needed. As I just slowly die inside. But we have the hat. We still have the propeller hat. That's all that matters. I missed. How'd I get into speedrunning? That's a great question. So the first time I actually ever did a speedrun, it was before streaming. The idea was like always there, and I thought it was really interesting. I watched like a bunch of Easyscape videos. And the first thing I actually ended up doing was back in the day, Cuphead was like still pretty fresh, still pretty new. And I noticed that on the speedrun.com individual level leaderboards, Rivian Croaks, a perfect Rivian Croaks, so like, you know, S rank. I like watched the run and I was like, you know what? I bet I could beat that. I bet I could. And I did. I did attempts. I got like a super cheap, like free recording program called Ice Cream Recorder because I had a PC. I had Cuphead on PC. And then I did some runs and I got a faster time and I was like, sick. First ever world record. And then when I was starting to speedrun, or when I was starting to stream seriously, I had been watching a new speedrunner person. I found the Super Mario Odyssey minimum captures video that was made, and I watched it, and I was so fascinated by it that I was like, I could do that. I could do that. Like, not even the world record was perfect. I bet I could do the min caps. So I started grinding and grinding and grinding, like, off screen, making sure that I could even do CRCs. And then once I got all CRCs done, I was like, well, I have to nut jump eventually. So, but, you know, I just have to get there first. Once I get there, it doesn't matter. I could just nut jump and as long as I needed to, and that'll give me my first run. And then, yeah, basically just went from there. I ended up through a couple of different raids. I found the SM64 community. Or by found the community, I found people in the community literally by chance. I actually raided an SMO streamer called Tiger Teal. It's really cool to see that he's back online and just streaming in general. I want to give him another raid sometime, hopefully. But yeah, after I raided him, he raided Westdog, who was doing SM64 speedruns. And like, I don't know what it was, but I just like, I hit it off with Wes immediately and like so quickly. And then he raided Laysos, and like that's kind of how I got into watching SM64 speedrunners. Dang it, dude, I keep getting that and I don't want it. I want the star. But and then through all of that, I eventually ran into Multi-Mario through Volantis, who is now goes by Dale. I don't remember what the reason is. I think it's just like IRL people would call him Dale. And so he named himself Dalent for a while. But yeah, then I got into Multi-Mario, and then through Multi-Mario, I got into other Mario games. God dang it! Bruh. Did I see Joseph's post in Discord? No. Unless we're talking about the forgotten match. That's the only thing that I've seen he forgot his match was today. If he's posted anything else, let me check. Thank you, Dale. I appreciate it. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dale. This is really good timing that you actually came in here right as I was talking about you. As I have said multiple times before, it's absolutely Dale's fault that I got into speedrunning in Sunshine. Don't put that Delvery on you, buddy. It's true, though. Oh, man. But yeah, so now I'm here. Playing other Mario games. For other multi-Mario reasons. I got interested in speedruns when the Mario 64 boom was happening on Twitch. Yo, for reals, yeah. No, yeah, Mario 64 just, like, absolutely exploded, like, around, God, I missed the jump there. Like, 2021, there was a lot of Mario 64 craziness happening.
Oh no!
Not doing this properly, doesn't really matter when I don't have the propeller hat, but I gotta do this anyway. Ah, man. If I could just get to the tower, that'd be nice. Then that'd at least be the farthest we've gotten today. Dude, come on! No! Here's the thing. There's like, you can absolutely submit a run. Like, it doesn't really matter, you know, if you don't think it's like good enough or like, totally go for it. Shouldn't be worried about submitting runs. Now, again, that is coming from somebody who has done some speedruns and then never submitted them 70 star. Because it was never my main category. It still isn't my main category. But I do have like a 120. However, I have tried to submit it with the recent sandbox, but it got, it did not count because I had goofed and I forgot to put the emulator on counterfactor 1. So they're like, yeah, you can't, you screwed up. We gotta reject this run, sorry. I was like, you know what, that's fair. Just get me out of this level, please! But like, no, for reals. Go for it, even if you don't feel like you have a good enough time. I like had a crappy Super Mario Odyssey time when I was doing one player, and I think when I was doing sandbox stuff, and I still submitted it because 90% on SMO isn't even my favorite category either. It's not even my main. You did attempt the OGC, but yeah, like, I feel that though, especially when it comes to like the 2D Mario games, because they require so much precision. Like this level would be so much faster if I actually had the dang propeller hat, but I don't, so it's gonna be really slow. Ah, if I could just stop taking damage, that would be amazing. Oh man, come on. Big sad. Sorry, Dry Bones. Gotta smack you again. Sorry, buddy. There you go. That's mine. That's mine. Huh. Oh, I should have powered up and then got this. Whatever. It's too late. If only I could figure out how to hold this remote controller so that way I could like actually get my shakes in properly. Because I swear there are times I shake the remote and it just doesn't shake. And it's because I've like goofed. There we go. And you started watching Easy Speezy? Nice. Because of Astral Spinoff and myself. Oh, that's really cool. Nice. Dude! Come on. Ha! Knew it. It was going to be somewhere. Well, that's cool. Nice. Yeah, speedrunning it's a lot of fun. Can't you play this game with the nunchuck? I can't remember if it was hot dog only. I think it's hot dog only because like you also have to have motion controls. But I'm not 100%. I'd have to look at the box, which I can do. Just give me a second. Bye. Ha, nerd.
Oh no!
Good enough. But yeah, hang on, let me pull the box out. I could equip a nunchuck. It's on here. It shows a nunchuck on the back of it. I don't know how much that would help though. Because you do still need to do motion controls. I don't even know if you can do motion controls with the nunchuck. I mean, probably. That'd be silly if you couldn't. But that would make it a lot easier. Ooh. We'll see. But honestly, I've already been practicing with just hot dogs, so I'm probably just going to keep doing that.
Let's play!
Probably altered, maybe. Yeah. Also, one sec, I gotta... I gotta edit my comms list, my commentators list. Ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, Wes! Wes also has not told me when they're available for the next match. Gosh darn goof. Okay, good. Got that all sorted out. Got that sorted out. I apparently have to use the bathroom now, so I'm gonna go do that really quick too. Whoops. Okay, alright, also, so if I didn't mention it before, I actually do need to mention this now. The bingo match needs to be canceled. For tonight, we're gonna have to reschedule it due to reasons. And yep. Please let me get through World 5, that would be nice. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Oh, that was a funky little jump. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ugh. Okay, fine. Bruh. Can't believe it. How am I gonna speedrun all of these games in one go if I have to keep my gosh darn power-ups.
Hexago.
Man. Nice crouch. That has just screwed up a lot. Nice. Yeah, that did not do what I wanted it to do. That's okay. All right. Papa. Nice. Papa, papa, papa,
Mario
papa.
time. Ho. Hexago.
All right, it's fine. Level 2. World 1, level 2. Nice. Beautiful. Love watching the colored Mario fly through the screen. It's pretty cool. What's that? Yo, Dark Wolf Bite. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
Mario time.
Hope you are having a nice day today. Come on. Yep.
Hexago.
Do 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 ba da 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 do. Please World 3, please. It's not World 3, it's World 1. But with the amount of times you reset, it might as well be a third world, right? Ha! Oh, well, that was poor. Poor performance. Amazing. Do, 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 do. Get it? Dang it! Off by a smidge. Just a smidge. But we're out of here with a thing. We are now on to our World 5. If I could just get the gosh dang star, that would make it. But
This way.
if I could just get the gosh dang star, that'd make this so much easier.
Ho.
Blue Shell Mario is in the first one. It's in New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, which also you need that power up to get through 8 world. You have to have the Blue Shell power up to get all the way. To even skip World 1, you have to have the blue shell, and then you have to basically have it all the way up to World 8, like 3? Question mark? But dude, I love the blue shell. The blue shell power-up is like absolutely one of my most favorite power-ups. I also really like the tiny mushroom because it's kind of silly, but like it's really neat and it has its places. It's kind of funny. They had the tiny mushroom in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and I think in this one too. But in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I never saw any like necessary use for it. Like, yeah, there were some levels where you could use it if you wanted to,
Hexago.
but like you could still get all your star coins without using it. And I'm like, well, you kind of made this useless. Yo, Wingcat Man, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the good luck on the attempts. Hopefully, I will do better. Dang it! Again! World record for this game? 22 minutes and 4 seconds without loads. 22 minutes and... Oh, sorry, 6 seconds. 22 minutes, 6 seconds without loads. It's timed without loads. Okay, listen here, game. Listen here, game. Listen. Ugh. Hold up. Give me a second here. Oh yeah, you can also save like a solid 2 seconds specifically playing in 4:3 mode. But there's like a severe input delay on this TV when I'm trying to play it in 4:3 mode. So I am not doing that. How do I brain? How do I brain this? How do I brain this properly? I keep getting the ice flower or the 1-up and not the star, which is so dumb. Come on, brain. I believe in you. See? Come on. What the hell? Bruh. Why do I even have to practice this? Lame. Alright, anyway. Why can I nail it on the ice flower every time and not the star? Please, I just want the star. I don't want the flower. Come on, brain. You can do it. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Just give me the star once. Please. Please, dude. Come on. Thank you. That's literally all I'm asking for. And it's not that hard to do. Alright, that's fine. I don't care. Okay. Alright. Let's try again. Why do these games have to be so brutal, man? They don't have to be. They just are.
Let's play. Let's go.
Man. At least it isn't a 4-player speedrun. True, that would probably be a little harder. That is a category. It's like any % multiplayer, but I don't know if there are like any game-breaking glitches or how it works. Like, I'm sure there's some special thing about it. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? I'd have to go look at the record, I suppose. I threw that too early. Ba-ba. You can use each other's head and the ones below go in a bubble.
Mario time. Yeah.
Or just have like everybody bubble and then only one person runs. I don't know. It's a good question. I'm sure there's some like, oh, you know what? I bet there's some like damage boost strats. There's got to be some damage boost strats that come from that. Nice. Nice. Controller decided it did not want to tilt. That's fine. Still trying to figure out the ups and downs of the motion controls. I think on that jump, I need to just like run off the platform and then jump off the ground, and it should be fine. Probably. Ah, come on. Can you shake and, like, work, dude? I don't know if it's, like, the sensors on the controller or what, but, like, that's so annoying. Oh, well. Whatever.
Here we go.
Ba, 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 da, ba.
Let's go.
This is probably like the #1, like not even gonna lie, out of the entire NSMB series, out of all the speedruns, this is the one that I knew was gonna be the hardest for me. Again, when Mario decides to not, you know, do the shake, does not help at all. Ba, ba. Ba, da, ba, 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 ba.
Mario time.
I don't know, like, is there just like a certain position that I need to hold the controller while I'm playing? Is there some like uncomfortable hand position that makes shaking easier? I don't know.
Let's go.
I would be interested to know, but I don't know. I don't have any clue. Ah! Well, that sucks. Dang, dude. Come on. Can I at least get to the tower, like, once? I would love to get to the tower at least once. That would be so nice.
Let's go.
That'd be so nice. That's so nice. That's all I want. All I want. Nice. Oh, I didn't get the triple jump out. That's okay. Should have ground pounded. That's fine. Ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Aw, man. Most days after 6 p.m. PST. Okay, and then I gotta go look at casuals time so I can sort that out. Ba ba da ba da ba 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 ba. Can you not? Please, dude. Oh, apparently the people that I took my GameCube to, my second GameCube, Apparently they couldn't fix it, so that's great. That's great.
Here we go.
So I gotta take it somewhere else, see if they can repair it.
Let's go.
We'll see. I hope so. So it is $35 for the diagnostic test.
Wahoo! Wahoo!
Bonk. Give me the shell. Thank you. Come here. You dingus. Ba, 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 ba. Shouldn't have done that. Nice. Ba, ba, ba,
Oh
ba.
yeah,
Hold up.
Mario time.
Huh. But yeah, I knew for a fact that this one was going to be the hardest one, and that's probably why I put off practicing it so much in the lead up to March. This is like my least practiced one right now, is this one. Like the original NSMB, like I already had practice with, because I had done it some speedruns like earlier in the year, or not year, but like last year I had done some speedruns with Nader Beans, and then NSMB2 like I'd already played, and like it's easy, you can practice the 3DS game when, you know, you can just take it to your room and like practice before bedtime. But, you know, same with New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe on the Switch and Luigi U on the Switch. You just do that before you go to bed. Easy practice. Unfortunately, this is a Wii game. I can't take my Wii to bed. So, I have to like actually put time aside to practice, and I failed to do so. So, oops. I've been trying to do more practice. Like I said, I did some practice today, but I'll probably do some more practice tonight. Yo, Switch, what's up, my guy? Hope you're doing well. Switch, you're gonna be so disappointed in me. I forgot to heat up the soup. I forgot to heat up the new soup. So, like, I've got the can. It's sitting by me, but I forgot to heat it up. I tried to wall jump. I swear, dude. If you have the Wii U remote, then you could probably set it up in a way that your Wii U gamepad is lying down on your lap or next to you. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It does ask me if I'm going to play with it on the TV. Who needs to heat it up? See, I thought about that. I did think about that. I mentioned it earlier on stream. The thing is I would have to move my Wii U to my room because my stream setup is not in my bedroom. Wii U delay and darken filter will hurt? Maybe.
Let's play.
Maybe. But yeah, that's kind of the issue, is also my Wii U is nowhere near my bedroom.
Let's go.
I hit restart like a dingus. I'm gonna just die really quick. Hold up. Oh, actually, speaking of Wii U delay and darken filter, I may or may not have picked up Super Mario 64 on the virtual console for the Wii U for reasons. I may have picked it up. It was like $10, but
Let's play.
$10. That's not too bad of a investment, I suppose. It's not too horrible. Ba-da-da-da-da. Are you VC Houston considered the worst way to run it? Nice. You stop them on the console to the point the filters are removed, but yeah, then the runs aren't accepted. And the issue will still be the input delay as well. RIP. Dude, you've got to be kidding me. Oh wait, I don't even need to do that. I can just come back over here. Give me that. Yeah. Ba ba da ba 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 da 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 ba ba.
Oh.
Do 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 do. Ba da ba da ba ba da da da. Ba da 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 da. Oh, I mean, well. Yeah, no, original or Riot. I do have.
Here we go.
Here's the thing. I have like 5 versions of Super Mario 64 now. Again, there's a reason for it. Most of it because half of the reasons like it's free in. It's free. It's not free. It just, you know, it came in 3D All-Stars because of course I was gonna buy 3D All-Stars for the Switch. Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario Galaxy, which I'd never played before. Heck yeah, I'm picking up 3D All-Stars. And then, you know, it's also just included on Nintendo Switch Online if you have the expansion pack. And then I have Super Anime 64, probably the coolest version of vanilla Super Mario 64. So I have PAL version. So I don't have a cart of PAL version, but I do have a ROM of PAL version. Boy, is it interesting. And thank you for reminding me. I do need to re-download that, I think. I don't think I have it on this hard drive. You have 3 copies of 64? Nice.
Mario time.
I know you have it on a 3D All-Stars and then actually also an actual console. Oh yeah, and I have Super Mario 64 on the N64 too. It's chilling out with my N64 in the bedroom until like I do stuff with it. Maybe one day we'll donate an official PAL cartridge. So the good news is the N64 I have can run other regions. Dude, just let me... I need to not crouch there. You know what? Better yet, I just need to jump over the Goomba so I don't even have to think about it. Yes, I do have a JPN 64 cart. I got it for incredibly cheap. And what's really funny is he was also like, do you want the Shindu version or the non-Shindu version? I'm just like, I mean, I kind of want the Shindu version for grins and giggles. Can it run PAL though, since it uses a different frame rate? Just want to make sure it works. See, that is a good question. That I don't know. I do know that, like, it can play game N64 from any region. You have Shindu and OG. That is the strat. That was pretty dope, actually. I wonder if I could ask the person who I got the SM64, air quotes, starter pack from. I wonder if I could ask him if I could, like, buy a Shindu all by itself from him. Like, if he'd let me do it. It'd be kind of cool. That was a mistake, and that's not something that I can do. That's technically in the run, but that is not something I can do. I want to play that a little safe. Certainly not the best, but we need it, and that's what matters. Don't even have a completed run yet, so we just gotta get through. That's the problem. We just have to get through. I just need to be better at this game that I put not enough practice into. That's all. That's all. That's all. No big deal. I'm just gonna... Yeah. God. I screwed it up. Again. I tilted the slope too far. Alright, well,
Here we go.
I hope I can actually get a run done before that hour is up. This is why I can't run 2D Mario. This is exactly why I can't run 2D Mario either.
Let's go.
Yes, obviously I'm still doing it, but that's because I said I'm going to do it for this month. And because also I do very much love New Super Mario Bros. Which, you know, again, I've already said before. But that's the only reason that I'm okay giving these games a chance. It's because I love the series so much. That. God. Wow. I'm just gonna. Give me that. Yo, what up, Spunky? Hope you're doing well. Alright, nope, never mind, I ruined it. I don't even need to reset. Just die.
Oh, no.
You really need to learn the OGs before you hit 300 followers? True. That is an unfortunate. Here's what you need to learn. All you need to learn is how to do it. You don't necessarily need to learn how to do it fast. You just need to get it completed, right? For your Mario-thon.
Here we
And bink.
Let's go.
I do want my numpad. I'm really missing my numpad. I cannot wait for it to get here in the mail, but I am missing my numpad very hard. You need decent times for sub hour.
Oh,
True.
no.
Boink. Actually, I don't even need to do that. What am I doing? Okay.
Oh.
Just imagine the counter. Imagine the counter for doing a run of this caliber. It would go up and 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 up, and I'd just be like, dang, I'm actually spending my time on this.
Hey.
I have the I finally ordered the NYXI GameCube controller,
Let's go.
and it looks great. And it's funny because the website originally said pre-order. So, you know, I did my order and I'm like, all right, I'll get this in a couple of months. And then like a couple days later, they're just like, hey, your controller's on its way. And I'm like, excuse me? What? So I'm imagining that it's either going to get here tomorrow or Tuesday. I'm not sure which yet. Come here. It's strange you think that sub 10 1-star will be the easiest, man. Okay, we're out. Ugh. Finally. That took too long. Bop, 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 bop.
Mario time.
Oh, also I need to close this. I need to close this. I need to exit Streamlink.
Yeah.
Close application. Okay, cool.
Let's go.
I mean, honestly, the funny thing about SBLJ is like once you get relatively consistent with it in runs, you just get relatively consistent with it as long as you're grinding the run. World 8 sucks. It does. It really does. It's just and not to mention the fact that you can't save either. Like, it really doesn't help. Yo, new strat? Okay. Maybe. That's kind of cool. Nice. Okay, level 3! Yay! I haven't seen level 3 in minutes. I haven't seen level 3 in minutes. Does someone follow the frame rules? Yeah. Frame rules tough, man. Nice. Just gonna play it safe. I got it! Let's go! I love being able to get that. It's hard. You have to be very precise. Really need to play new Soup games? You do! You do! I love the original. The original is so good. New Soup 2 is also really good. This one I don't know yet. I've never beaten it. Or no, I beat it once, but I was doing speedrun strats. I've never 100%ed this game. But I'm sure it's good because it was between New Soup 1 and New Soup 2. And New Soup Wii U is also good. I also like New Soup Wii U. It's so funny. It feels shorter in terms of level count per world, but the speedrun begs to differ. It's so much longer than, like, I think literally all of the rest of them. New Super Luigi U is really cool, actually. Like, it's tough, but it's really cool. But I love the idea. I also 100%ed New Super Luigi U, of course. I played the crap out of it. Alright, can I please get the star? I would love to get the star, like, once. Please. That's all I want. Give star, please. That's all I'm asking for. It's not that much. I swear. God, every time. I don't know why I can't get the star. I'm usually so good at getting exactly what I want from those things. Wish you had 64 DS, though. I ordered it, and they sent me a second copy of New Soup 1. What? Oh, wait, that's right. I remember we talked about that. That's so lame of them. Like, whoever sent that to you, that's so garbage of them. That's not the strat, but that's what we're doing. Thank you. God, we're finally past the stage. Let's go. 64 DS was my first ever encounter with Super Mario 64 years ago. I think that's pretty wild to think about. Bink, bink. How many levels are in the new Super Wii run? I would have to check the, I don't remember, honestly. There's 3 in World 1, a lot in World 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in World 8. Most of the levels are here in World 5. First and only time I played it was on DS. Honestly, 64 DS was really fascinating. I don't remember what the strat was supposed to be there, but I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Propeller. I lied about waiting. I just want to get, like, a run, please. I haven't been able to get to the tower with the propeller yet, and I want that at least once. Just gonna wait. Here we go. I'm out. We're gonna have to wait. Here we go. Go, 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 go. Stop holding down. Stop it. Freaking remote controller, dude. Freaking me out. All right, we're good. We did it. We finally made it past 5-3.
Mario time.
Oh, we're gonna throw it all away. Let's go.
Yeah.
Or no, it's the second time we've gotten past 5-3, but like it's the first time we've gotten past 5-3 with the actual propeller suit. And that's literally the most important thing you need in this run. Because now I can do this stuff. And now I can just absolutely destroy my life. New emote? Yes, it is an updated Pats emote. Updated head pats because... Dude, stop. I swear to God. The original one was just like a Telegram sticker. And like, there's nothing wrong with that, but I was like, you know, I kind of want like an emote. Like an actual emote version of it. Give me this fire flower. It's just a coin. Never mind. One up. Cool. And now it's gone. Epic. I genuinely don't know if I like need to hold the controller not completely flat. Because when I'm holding the controller, I'm pretty sure I'm holding it like completely flat. But then I do, and I miss like all of my shake inputs. So I don't know, you know? Either way, this sucks. Fire flower, thanks. Ah, get in there. Why are you so loosey-goosey on my up and down on the D-pad? I just want like a legitimate D-pad, I suppose. That would make this run great if I had like a real D-pad. Got him. All right, whatever. We weren't gonna get the propeller cap through the next level anyways, because I'm not good enough with the strat. I gotta learn that strat. I really gotta learn that strat, man. But whatever. Iggy no biggie, true. All right. I really hope I actually remember where in the ghost house I need to go, because right now I think I'm forgetting. I have an idea, but I'm also still not sure. All right. I gotta learn the strat for this one. Gotta learn it. I was trying to do it earlier today. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Papa. ba. Da, ba. Nice. Ah! Dude! Spin! 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 I am... Ah! Shake the controller, please! I don't know. How I need to hold the controller to make my spins spin. There is nothing telling me how this works. Oh, now I'm dead, so it doesn't matter. Nice.
Oh,
Man, if only I had the propeller hat
big tickle.
and had actually practiced this stage. If only. Give me that. Thanks. Bop, boop, bop, 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 ba, da, bop, 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 ba, da, bop, bop, ba. Spawn everybody in early, so they all just die. Nice. There he goes. Bye. Ba. Ba. Just gonna lose control here. Don't mind me. Could you not, dude? How do these guys not die from the pow block? That's what I want to know. Kill him. Dang it. Oh. Huh. Weird. Am I almost there? Can I be there, please? I hear the piranhas. I just want to be there. I'm there. How do people wall kick off this door? Are you kidding? People like actually wall kick off that door actively. Not a door, it's a tube. Whatever. Okay, we made it.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Ugh, ghost house time. Last level in stage 5. Good. Unless the game decides to screw me over. Okay, good. It did not. Thank you.
Tickle time.
Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da, da-da. Also, yes, it has absolutely been more than an hour. 100%. Oh, nope, I need to go this way. I just remembered. I couldn't remember the route, and now I'm remembering the route. Nope, it's over this one. Down this one. This way. Okay. Very slow. Little sketch. Even. Without the propeller hat, this is pretty slow. There we go. Here we go, and then you just kind of yoink, 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 yoink. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. All right, we're in a World 8. This way. We're in a World 8, folks. We're doing it slowly but surely. I need to figure out, I need to just spend time practicing 5-4, I guess. Should look up some tutorial videos too, actually. That'd probably help. What time is next match? So, unfortunately, next match had to be canceled due to some things happening with one of the runners. But otherwise, it would have been at 6:30 my time. So, would have been like 15 minutes from now. So this run wouldn't even still be going. I didn't even notice. Somebody give me a shout out. Thank you. Very nice. Whoops. That's it's so weird seeing that, like, it's not weird. It's just, you know, obviously I'm not used to it, but it's really interesting. I am shaking this controller like a madman, dude. Oh, I am shaking it like a madman. I'm missing my English. Give me a sec. What did I say? Oh, when Twitch added its own shout-out feature, and now you can, like, see when somebody's shouted you out. It's kind of weird. Oh, right, I can't slide down this for some reason. Yes! Give me that. It's not that I, like... Well, I mean, I do need the propeller hat. I need the propeller hat for this stage. Technically speaking, for a couple of time saves. But also... I don't need it in terms of this is the stage where you just lose the propeller hat. Just kind of you run. Oops. And then you just kind of damage boost your way through. Dang it! I was right at the end. I damage boosted too early. That's good to know. All right. Okay, we damage boosted too early. Nope. Where is the mushroom? Please. I'll go now. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Windcapman. I appreciate it. Hope you have a nice day as well. Oops. Oh, wait. Nope. There's still time. I'm going to just zoom past to this really quick. Did a bit of Fortnite and got a Crown Royale with 11 kills. Yo, nice job, Xander. Nice job. Nice. All right. Great. 3 levels. 3 levels to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 4 levels. 3 levels in a castle. All right. Who remembers? If this is the level I think it is, I'm pretty sure it is. Who remembers where the star is? I remember where the star is because I'm thinking about it right now off the top of my head. And I was thinking about it earlier today, I think, even. Boy, am I having quite a time. Please, thank you. This D-pad is like absolute trash. I'm just saying, man. Absolute trash D-pad. There we go. That was slow. That was very slow. Nice. 2 levels. And then the final. 2 levels, then the final. Good. Everything is on par so far. Great. What are we at? 23:36. Okay. That's pretty good. Actually, not super disappointed by it. I think what's interesting to think about is how in certain Mario games, levels that are like basically auto-scrollers somehow happen to make it into the speedrun. Oh. I mean, I was looking for a power-up there, but I guess I don't need it, per se. I do need to not die, however. That would be good. Dang. Right before the checkpoint? That's okay. I'll just power up really quick. Nope. No fire flower for me. Nice. Nice. Didn't actually expect to make it there, so I didn't jump. Hello? All right, we're gonna take one up. I wasn't sure where the jump was. I was like mildly panicking. Oh man. Okay. Man, we didn't even have a good like World 5 tower. Also, yeah, we didn't need any other power-ups. I just remembered where we get the power-up that we need. It's in this level. Ah! Come here! You. Are you kidding me? How? How? What is the odds of that? Are you serious? There it is. Please. Please! It's fine. It's fine. I've got 6 lives. This is so dumb! Oh, man. Okay. Yep. See, that's what was supposed to happen the first time. I don't know why it didn't. Alright, launch. Cool. Nice! Okay. Please keep the hat. I'm just gonna place a little safer. I could do the strat where you just fly and propel yourself. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Nice job, me. Or you could just propel yourself right under it, but I'm trying to play safe right now. So I can, like, actually get a run finished. You know, set myself, like, some set of somewhere, you know what I mean? You know what? I'm just gonna play this safe too. Alright, cool. Nice. Ah! I almost took damage. Jeez. All right, let's do this. Ah, come on. Got him. Homing fire, right. I remember that being a thing for some reason. Dude! Alright, whatever. Come on. Come on. Thank you. So annoying to lose to propeller again. Nice. That'll work. We're gonna do a save. Man, if only I had the propeller, which I like actually really badly need. I should be able to pick it up probably, maybe. I think. Okay. If I can get this in 4 minutes, that'd be pretty cool. I'd feel, honestly, genuinely, I'd feel happy about that. But doubt it, but you never know. Maybe. Save. Thank you. Nice. Let's go. We gotta do the do. I will take this for now, but I don't want it. Alright, never mind. I will not take it. I will take damage instead. Dude, I need a better D-pad. This D-pad sucks. Again, I don't know if it's just a remote thing or what, but yeah. Dude, why you gotta be like this, dude? You don't have to be but you are missed because yes, you are. I also just realized that every time I've done practice for this, it's specifically been with a propeller cap, so I don't actually know how solid this is going to be. Speedrunning this? I am currently speedrunning this, yes sir. Not doing the best, but I am currently speedrunning it. I went too early. Sadness. Woo! Alright, made it. Let's go. Give me... Is it here? No. It's over here. I think this last phase I've mostly done with the fire flower. And without the propeller. So... Man. Ah, come on! Brother. Not that I can get over him anyways. But, you know. Ah. Dude. Chill out, man. Thank you. Okay, we're not gonna get a 35, but we're gonna get close? Question mark?
Mario #1.
Probably like a 37, knowing myself. That's also assuming I don't screw up. Do do do. Do 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 do. Kamek. Probably 37.
Oh no!
I tried to push the jump button and he didn't jump again.
It's a good
It's
time.
very unfortunate when my jump button doesn't jump button in any game that I'm speedrunning. What? Why is there a coin box here? Oh, I guess just to be symmetrical. Weird. I guess. Sure, why not? Nice, the jump got cut off. It was pretty funny. Hey, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Ah, come on. That's a small jump. Big jump. All right, good. Woohoo! Please, 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 plop, 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 please, please, plop, plop, please, plop, please, Polonese, 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 Polonesos, Bababayas, Sacatejas, Hollow Bowsword. Yo, let's go. Yo. Wow, that was so clean. Dude. I'm just gonna slowly take this raft because I want this. Oh, it is a propeller hat. Let's go. Oh, sick. That's so nice of them to actually give you a propeller hat. They definitely didn't have to. I'm dead. I'm dead. Because I didn't know where the platforms were going to be. All right, never mind, guys. It's a 40. I'll be satisfied with a 40.
Time.
Gross. Okay. that. Also, if we can land on the question mark box instead of waiting for the platform, that'll actually be a lot faster. Oops. Alright, let's try again. I just want to finally have like one speedrun under my belt of this game because it's the other one that I don't have like, well, I mean, I don't have a clear, concise speedrun for New Super Mario Bros. 2, but like we're doing that Tuesday or tomorrow. Sorry, we're doing that tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. We have tomorrow.
Mario number 1.
Woohoo! So like, yeah, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Plus, I can practice too. I can practice too in my bed. I can't practice this in my bed. Nice. Alright, I'm out. Huh. I just wanted the ground pound on the propeller. Okay, listen. I just wanted to speed it up a little bit.
Time.
I guess I can't do that. I'm not allowed, apparently. I'm not allowed, apparently. Gotta get better. And I'm curious. Is it actually just coins? Is it a coin block or is it? No, it is. Okay, it's just a coin block. Because I know there's I knew it existed already in game, but then they also made it exist in Super Mario Maker 2, where a box can have a certain item, but only if you like already have a mushroom or if you don't have a mushroom. And if you do have a mushroom, instead of spawning an item, it spawns a coin. It's kind of cool. Big jump. Big jump. Yeah! That's the good RNG. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. That's good stuff right there. Mm-hmm. Delicious.
Mario number 1.
I'm honestly, not even joking, I'm honestly considering doing more NSMB NSMB series runs after Mario Madness, because I actually do want like a pretty decent time now. Maybe, but like I keep thinking about it. Nope. All right. Well, no propeller hat for me, I guess. Damn. I will still take a mushroom. Please. Please, sir, can I have another? Thank you. Nope. Just have to be a little... Oh, I gotta be a little more careful. I say as I, like, careen to my death.
It's a good time.
I didn't think I was gonna actually land on the platform. Oh, dude. I genuinely could get some like much better times. So that's why I'm like, maybe I'll keep doing this after March. Like, I mean, to be fair, I do need to do some more CCC lists because I'm pretty sure I can get a better time than a 126. Especially if I like learned like the triple jump wall kick in Rainbow Ride. If I learned that for some reason, that would actually save me a good chunk of time. Hey buddy, can you jump? He can, but I'll still die apparently.
Oh,
Still got 5 lives apparently, so that's good. But also we're also 7 subs away from doing Smash Bros. Melee speedruns too, so there's that. I'll probably do this for on Tuesdays, assuming I don't get like a satisfactory time at the end of the month before the convention. So basically next week. Dude, are you kidding me? I am so bad at this game. That's a little one. Give me a big one. Give me a big one. Come on. Come on. Give me a big jump. Give me the big boy jump. Thank you.
Mario number 1. Woohoo!
Woohoo! Nice. Except I'm not trapped right now, so you can just. You know, I wonder if up there is like a mushroom. 'Cause I bet it is. Something. Either way, bye. Like, there's really no point to grab the power up, so I'm just gonna. Dude! Oh, I am sabotaging and stabbing myself in the back. Come on. Come on, 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 dude. Why do I gotta be stabbing my own back? What's funny is we can still get this all finished up by the 5th hour. Like I was thinking I might be able to do it earlier, but like now I'm just being ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous. I mean, look at that, 47 minutes. We could have been done like 6 minutes ago. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Gotta play that safe. The Wiimote is such an interesting controller when you think about it. It's weird, dude. Nice. Okay, so as long as we survive, we can grab the propeller hat. That'd be good.
Mario number 1. Woohoo!
Propeller hat would be nice. It could speed up the end just a little bit, make it slightly easier. Slightly. Emphasis on slightly. If I just play poorly, then it doesn't help me at all. Nice. That's some good stuff. Hell yeah. Give me the propeller, please. I would like it on my knees. Ba 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 ba, give me that propeller hat. Thanks. God, I'm having so many troubles with the propeller. Ah. All right, sub 50. Let's go. Cool. Whatever, I'll take it. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. It's pretty epic. Ugh. All right. Man. Bum bum bum. Ba 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. All right, we did it finally. We lost like 8 minutes at least. Oh man, man. Bleh. Just my luck. All right, well, I guess here's the real question. Do you guys want to see like even harder Mario gameplay, or are you guys interested in checking out Hollow Knight? What do you think? What do you think? What sounds good to y'all? So I think either would be a good option. Man. All right. Well, obviously we have plenty of time to save. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Boop 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 boop. Ba 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 ba. Let me check my calendar, man. What does a calendar say, fam? We have got all this working towards us, man. All right, you know what I think we're gonna do? I think what the plan is, here's the plan. We are gonna slap ourselves on out of here. Bum bum ba da bum 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 ba bum 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 ba da ba da ba